microphones can be turned off using, or tuned on and off using the red button on top of them. They are on when the light is green. We'll go to meeting minutes. Are there any, or the meeting minutes, approval of the February 26, 2024 Transit Council meeting minutes, Jesus. Any corrections or additions? All right, can I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We'll move on to public comments. Has anyone signed in today? We have no one signed in today. Move on to a chair/executive director's report. I have nothing to report. Ali does not have anything either. We'll move on to action items. We have the 2024 Federal Transit Administration Urbanized Area UZA allocation from Mary Beth. We're moving. Uh-oh.
Morning. It's again time to allocate the UZA funds from FTA. We all need it in order to get our grant funds approved through FTA. So I'm going to introduce Nicholas Miller. Nicholas is new to RTAF planner. He comes from Akron Metro, so a non-NOACA person. And we're going to go through a little bit about the FTA allocation for this year. Go to the next slide.
This thing on?
Yes.
Okay.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Hi, everybody. So this is just a recap. Last year was the first year that the UZA map was changed, but this is just a recap of that change for the NOACA counties.
And you can see what, go back, you can see what the difference, the little piece of Medina got in, and then you can see it is no longer in.
And some more of Summit County and Portage County were added in, and some of Jaga was taken out. So this is a table reflecting those changes. You probably saw this last year. It didn't change. Just showing those changes in density and population. And again, Ashtabula County is not in the UZA anymore. So that's at 0. Well, Ashtabula fully is not, yeah. So for 2024, FTA required using 2022 NTD data. Previously, we were utilizing 2019 data. So now this is the first post-COVID data that we are using. And what that looks like, they changed the formula a little bit. And so we're seeing an increase of about 2 million and some odd change, or a little bit over 1 million to $38,112,803 for 2024 for the 5307. And that allocation looks like this based on the changes in population and density.
Any questions? And then we have the 5339.
The 5339. Oh,
Let me go back.
yep.
Because this is our first year, I don't really understand what changed. It sounds like we're not getting 5307, but we're getting 5339.
So the only change is, sorry, and I can't read where.
Medina.
Medina. I'm not sure. Sorry, can you restate your question?
Looks like you're still getting 53.7 funds,
Yeah.
5307 still. He still got that, see?
600K.
And based on the allocation,
Yeah, Shannon's from MCPT.
right? And then
And then this is 5339.
And you're still getting a little bit for there too. So you're still being funded.
We're still being
Because-
funded even though we're rural?
Because as of this, you were not. You're still getting last year's allocation.
Okay, this is the last year then.
Right. Right. So your ruralness won't take effect till next year.
Well, see, that's not what the FTA and I have been speaking of.
Okay, well then we'll chat, but this is what we believe.
Right. I was in contact with AMETS yesterday, Matt Mullen, who moved from Akron Metro
Right.
to AMETS, and he had spoken to the FTA. I was not aware this would be one more year. I don't think
Okay.
Mark Kane from the FTA believes that as well, through all the emails we've had,
We'll chat.
because, right, just need to chat, because he had expressed that we would be exhausting our funds this year, everything that we have. And that would be it. But I could be wrong, again, this is the first time I've ever gone the other way here. So I'm not quite sure the timeline with the fiscal years, but we probably need to chat with Mark pretty quick, because our agreement that we have with Cleveland RTA for the exchange of funds was to exhaust all those funds in direction of FTA and not have any more exchange. And that's supposed to be approved by your board on the 21st of this month.
Right,
So,
good to know. Well, this didn't come to light in any of the allocations we've done. I mean, we went through, we've done everything we've already done.
this is what's confusing with the FTA, and this is why we're all here, right? FTA is telling me one thing, ODOT's telling me something else, and speaking with them. Because their conversations with me is we were rural effective October of 23. And we would no longer be receiving allocation of federal funds. We made the choice. I have a letter, all approved. So again, I'm welcome to talk about it, but we probably need to get some other people involved.
Right. What we'll do is when we get back, I'll send this allocation.
That's
to-
great.
To Mark and to Susan, who
Thank
is
you.
our analyst.
Yeah.
What I'd suggest is that
We still approve it.
we approve it with the caveat that we'll do it by email if Medina falls out. And the only difference would be that, Medina falls out of the allocation and,
Get redistributed.
yeah, we redistribute.
Mark was saying in email that he's already speaking with somebody. I'm not sure who. He didn't say.
At where? At Cleveland?
Yes.
Oh,
And,
good.
the contact with, his contact, he says, his liaison with Cleveland was speaking with Cleveland about this change.
I mean,
And
but I think we can still, I think we still do what Mary Beth said, is we can approve this today.
I'm
and
fine
then-
with that, but I
and-
just wanted to make sure it's on record that we
Right.
need to.
We'll make sure when we verbally go through it that we say, we can-
Agreed.
We can,
Agreed.
yeah.
Thank you.
We'll check with FTA and then we may, change the allocation based on theirs and
Right.
if we could do that by email rather than having to come back out.
I could be incorrect, because like I
No,
said, this is the
you could be
first time.
right.
It's fine to double check. It's not gonna hurt anything.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
I would feel silly if we allocated funds to you that we weren't supposed to.
Yeah.
And we could spend, $650,000 between all of us.
Right. We'll invite you to the party.
Thanks.
So that.
So then, with the unserved funds, allocated to Giaga, and the remaining allocated to GCRTA and Lake Tran, those are how those, pan out. And then with the table on the bottom shows the total allocation for, 5339 funds. This might have been out of order with the slide deck.
And then that, we just had the discussion. So I guess with the motion, you figure out, the motion should, these
Yeah.
tables as approved by.
I think the motion should be like, we approve the tables as presented with the caveat that in the event Medina is indeed rural, that we recalculate Medina's share and reallocate it to all agencies using the same formula that was used to create this in the first place.
Agreed.
So,
And then we wouldn't have to meet again to approve that if that specific thing happens,
As long as it's on note, in your record.
unless anyone has any objections to that.
Mm-mm.
I did have one question. In the event that I go crazy, like always, and allocate, do I have to do anything special to take Lake Trans share of the underserved money and switch it over to Geauga?
Well, no,
Does that need to be reflected in this?
the 200,000 that
Right,
Geauga request is going through you
Right.
for them. So you wanted to take your
like if I took
80%.
the 49,000 that was sent to me, does that need to be reflected here? Or can I
don't
just do
think
that?
so. I
Okay,
think you can just do it in your agency with them,
Cool.
unless you want it reflected here.
It doesn't need to be, it doesn't need to be.
I don't, because it's just going all through you.
Okay.
I think the 200,000 that Geauga requested needs to be here.
Yes, I agree with that. Okay. Cool. Well, then we'll go with the original motion I stated unless anyone has any objections, questions, thoughts, concerns, ruminations. Then I would seek someone to move on that. Thank you. All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Excellent. We'll move on to presentation. We have the Reimagine the Euclid Corridor update from Tim.
Sorry? Got one here, I think this here.
And I'll just remind, I know the microphone is your favorite thing, but you gotta stay up there.
Yeah, I know. Can you hear me? What am I doing here? There we go. It works to this point. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's gonna be a long day, but it's gonna be like that. Okay. So we wanted to give you an update on Reimagine Euclid. We're about to wrap this up. And we've had a number of meetings, many meetings over the last several months since the last time I reported. I have some other work that we've done. I have with me today Nancy Lyon-Stadler, who is our Cleveland office lead and also a traffic engineer who has been involved in helping put these recommendations together. And we also have Peter Lawson-Jones, who's helping us out with public outreach, which we hope to be doing sometime next month again. And because we haven't seen him for a while, so we wanted to bring him out, bring him to the meeting. It's always good to have him here. So for a recap about this project, what this is all about, the project study area is 2.7 miles. It runs from 105th or Stokes, kind of where the health line dedicated lanes end, and runs out through University Circle and out Euclid Avenue to Windermere in East Cleveland. We're also developing pedestrian and streetscape recommendations all the way out to Ivanhoe at the eastern boundary of City of Cleveland and East Cleveland. We have 4 red line stations, 14 health line stations. It's really the most transit intensive place in the region aside from downtown Cleveland. So the opportunities that we wanted to take advantage of in this project include using streetscape and other transportation improvements to encourage the development that we've seen around University Circle to continue out into East Cleveland. And we have some examples of that happening in East Cleveland right now with the Mickey's building and some other things happening along Euclid Avenue. Extend the dedicated transit lanes in some form out Euclid Avenue, and I'm happy to report that we have something that seems like it will work in terms of that through University Circle and into East Cleveland, and then reduce pedestrian crashes and improve pedestrian and bicycle conditions and extend bike facilities out into East Cleveland. And we have some thoughts on that as well here. What we heard when we held our public outreach last summer, we had some meetings and we also had a survey that we ran. There was a lot of support, no negative input about extending the health line dedicated lanes and also bicycle improvements, a lot of support for that. University Circle Incorporated brought up pedestrian and bicycle accidents are a significant issue. They've also talked to us about trying to discourage double parking of delivery vehicles, which is getting to be a problem all over the country. We talked about with RTA about bump outs and basically keeping a even bus lane that doesn't deviate as it goes up Euclid Avenue, basically keeping the bus in one lane all the way along. Also heard the need for streetscape improvements and sidewalk widening in some places, and we are showing that in the area around Lakeview in East Cleveland, where the Mickey's redevelopment is occurring. And also speeding is a problem in East Cleveland primarily. The road feels really wide. A number of signals were taken out. Hawk signals were put in last year to try to make things a little safer, slow things down, but it is a problem out there. So the changes that we're proposing, we expect will have a traffic calming effect in both Cleveland and East Cleveland. So one of the things that came up as we were looking at this, at the idea of a bus lane, I mean, installing a bus lane in this area effectively means taking away a lane from general traffic. And in some parts of the corridor, there's some congestion already, and that's, with the capacity that's there now. So we wanted to do some analysis to try to answer the question, what's going to happen if we put in these bus lanes, what's going to happen to traffic? We got some feedback from one of the other councils. Last set of presentations that indicated, that we needed to take a look at that. However, we weren't really scoped to do a traffic analysis, and, it would be a big job to do intersection by intersection analysis through this area. So NOACA stepped up and ran some model numbers and was able to get us some volume and capacity numbers. We have AM and PM peak volumes for 2045 for both the no build and build condition. The 2045 build assumes that there is a dedicated lane for the buses. It also functions as a right turn lane for driveways and for streets that are crossing. This is similar to the way that the Clifton, the CSU line BRT is set up. What we found with that actually helped us is that when you dedicate that bus lane as a right turn lane, it separates the right turning traffic from the through traffic, and that actually ameliorated the loss of the capacity on the road in some places, some segments. We were able to get some benefit from that. All existing right turn on reds remain in place. We thought about and talked about taking away some of the right turn on reds to improve safety in the corridor, but we didn't think we would have the capacity if we took those away, that we needed that right turning traffic to clear. And that was the experience at Mayfield, turning right from Euclid eastbound to Mayfield toward Little Italy. A couple years ago, they took away the right turn on red, and traffic backed up through Cornell Road, the next street back. So we didn't try that. This is, I want to put some caveats on this. This is a macro level analysis. It doesn't provide level of service for turning movements, and it doesn't account for minor roadway adjustments like the change from 11 or 12-foot lanes to 10-foot lanes, which has a calming effect, which also has a slight impact on capacity. So we have two pairs here of results, one for the AM peak and one for the PM peak. This is 2045 no build. And you can see there are some locations where there is some serious traffic congestion. The red is level of service F, and the orange is level of service E. So, any place where the shade turns from that dark green, you are seeing some congestion during this period. So we do have a couple spots there by East Boulevard where we experience level of service F, and then a few places in the westbound direction where we're seeing some level of service D and E. Switching it to the build condition, this is where the BRT is in place. You see that congestion gets a little bit more serious at East Boulevard and is in on both sides of East Boulevard in the eastbound direction. And then there are a couple spots there where the level of service goes from D or E to F. There are also a couple where they go from level of service goes from F to, from E to D. So overall, considering that we're taking away a lane in each direction, we don't see this as being terribly serious, but of course, more traffic analysis is going to be needed before we can make this change. This is the PM peak, and you can see down by East 105 and also at East Boulevard, we have some backups in the PM peak and a little bit of D and E in the eastbound direction. When we go to the build condition, it doesn't change very much at all, actually. And it actually improves a little bit at East Boulevard. So we were very happy with this result, and usually PM peak is worse anyway. And we thought that we didn't see anything here that said we should preclude, the idea of putting in bus lanes in this area. It seems like it's something that'll be manageable. Some additional analysis is going to be needed, and as we'll see when we get into the recommendations, there's going to be some issues with the changes that we're making that may require design exceptions from ODOT. But by and large, we think it's well worth going forward with further analysis of putting BRT in this corridor. We looked at three alternative pieces to this, pedestrian and bike and streetscape improvements, the curbside dedicated bus lane and curbside dedicated bike lanes. We eliminated the bike lanes because, first of all, there isn't room, particularly in the University Circle area, but there basically isn't room in most of the corridor to put in bike lanes and bus lanes both within the roadway right-of-way. And in many places, there's, it would require significant takings to widen the roadway right-of-way and allow bike lanes to go in. Also, bike lanes can use the RTA, BRT lanes. This is true today. We heard it from Mike Shipper. Mike Shipper's mouth. I wish I would have been recording, when he said it, but it's so bikes can use the bus lane, and we think that is probably good enough as far as providing for capacity for bikes, but we'll see what the reaction of some of the bike advocates is to that. So we've been going back and forth since about November, doing a sort of round, several rounds of meetings with various groups. The stakeholders are listed here. So we've met with some of these several times to get their input and to review what's been proposed. And I think we're coming close to closure here on this. So this is some of the changes that we recommended. I'm not sure why it's in that weirdo font, but it includes the curbside dedicated lanes in Cleveland. That is a 12-foot lane with a 1-foot buffer or shy distance to the curb, 11-foot with a 1-foot buffer in East Cleveland. And of course, as I mentioned, the curbside bus lanes are usable by bikes and by right-turning vehicles. The traffic lanes throughout the corridor are narrowed to 10 feet. This was particularly in East Cleveland, we didn't have any choice. They had to be 10 feet in order to fit the bus lane in. In University Circle, the city of Cleveland stressed that they wanted 10-foot lanes. The turn lanes generally are 9 feet in East Cleveland. Some of them are 9 feet in city of Cleveland, some are 10. At most intersections, we would put in curb bump outs, and that could be, in most cases, we're showing it as protected parking. So you would have bump outs at the corners and then parking along the blocks. In places where it is desired, particularly in East Cleveland, we can show the curbs being bumped out, and that's sort of an option of whichever way the municipality wants it to be. At many intersections, we're narrowing the curb radius. This has a traffic calming effect on turning traffic, and it also allows us to shorten the crosswalks at those intersections. There are a number of streets along in University Circle where there are no crosswalks on the west side of the intersection. There was a concern that people in the crosswalks would be hard to see for people who were making left turns out of UH Drive, Adelbert, and Cornell. We're putting those back in and proposing that signage will be put in place in order to warn left turning traffic of the potential presence of pedestrians. In several locations, we're proposing expanding pedestrian islands. This includes eliminating the slip lane at Euclid to northbound MLK and expanding the island at Superior and Euclid in East Cleveland. We'll show you those in a minute. We're also proposing narrowing the PED islands. The Hawk signals were installed last summer, and they have PED islands in the middle of Euclid Avenue. Those are going to have to be narrowed in order for us to put in the 10-foot traffic lanes and 12-foot bus lanes. In East Cleveland, they're 1 foot too wide on each side, so we'll have to cut those back. So anybody who's got a concrete saw, give me a call. We'll go out and do that. New Hawk signal proposed at Lakeview and Euclid, and then the rail bridge improvements we'll talk about as well in the slides. So this is at MLK. Make sure this is the first one. Yeah. At MLK, we have right now this PED island that is out there in front of, this is the kind of plaza in front of the Wade Lagoon. And we're proposing taking away that right turn slip lane and putting in place a bumped out curb that would eliminate that island and eliminate the PEDs having to cross in 2 different places. This would also narrow the crosswalk going across MLK. And you can see there in the on the right side of the slide, we have a transition area where cars would pass through the bus lane to get to that right turn lane, which would remain in place. This is at East Boulevard. We're proposing a curb extension here, which you can see would greatly reduce the width of the crosswalk there. And that would make that a little bit safer. This is a kind of hot spot for people getting hit and bikes getting hit. We're also creating a pocket there for people to be dropped off in front of Severance Hall on East Boulevard. This is at Adelbert, and the city proposed a scramble crosswalk here. There is no crosswalk now on the western side, the left side, but this is then restoring the crosswalk and then putting in a scramble crosswalk as well, which would, if that goes in place, it would lengthen the signal time there. These bike lanes that you've seen in these last couple of slides, these are the bike lanes that are already in place right now. Another little explanation that I should have mentioned on the first slide is that the red lanes are, RTA does not really want red lanes. So we're using that as a shorthand for bus lane here, but RTA doesn't want to use the red coloring in the pavement. It's a maintenance issue. And they don't want to have that. So the lanes would be designated similar to how they are on Euclid Avenue with the signage and diamonds and so forth. You can also see on here narrowed curb radius at Adelbert, and there are more aggressive examples of that coming up here. See if I can advance here. Okay. This is at Cornell. We have a new crosswalk on the left side and a bump out. See if I can use this thing, the pointer. So this is the existing curb, and this is the proposed here. So we'd be bumping that out several feet and then narrowing that crosswalk. This is at Ford and Mayfield, and you can see this even more at this location. This curb would be bumped out by several feet and squared off a little bit to kind of match the opposite side. And then we would propose either a temporary or permanent island in this area and this area, the crosswalks going through. So that would be a big improvement at that location, another place where there's often pet accidents. At Lakeview, this is now in East Cleveland. There is a redevelopment project going on from Lakeview 2 blocks to the east. This pretty much sets up how things look in East Cleveland. There isn't as much variation in East Cleveland as there is in University Circle. So we have the curb bump outs at the corners. This is the existing curb back here. This is the bumped out curb. This would match up with the bumped out sidewalk in blocks where the RTA stations are in place. We have bumped out curb here too. That shortens up the crosswalk, and we are proposing a hawk signal here. Given that this is fairly busy and there's going to be more development coming in here, and we have the RTA stations kind of facing the other RTA stations kind of around here, we would expect more pedestrian activity, and we would like to get another hawk signal in there. We'd really like a traffic signal, but the city is not sure they want to take on the liability for putting in an unwarranted signal. In East Cleveland, the bus lanes, as I mentioned, are 11 feet plus 1 foot shy distance, and we've got the shy distance marked in with a white line. The center lanes, bidirectional or directional turn lanes at intersections, are only 9 feet wide. So this would, the 10-foot traffic lanes, 9-foot turn lanes would definitely slow things down and would be, have a traffic calming effect, which is what the city of East Cleveland really wants. This is this kind of complicated intersection at Euclid and Superior. We have a pedestrian island here now that sort of separates this right turning traffic onto Euclid Avenue. And we are proposing making this larger. We actually looked at eliminating this slip lane. It's probably not warranted based on traffic. However, the parking lot of the shopping center that's just off the screen to the right side has a one-way driveway that empties there. And if we eliminated that entrance, that exit, we would basically close off about 1/3 of his parking lot from traffic. So we couldn't make that change. At the other corners, we're bumping out the sidewalks, extending the curb radius. So we would be making some significant changes there to make things a little safer. And then in the area near Windermere, the bus lane would end a little bit short, kind of in front of the library on the opposite the library on the eastbound direction. Again, 10-foot traffic lanes, 11-foot plus one bus lanes in there. And then the bus lanes end at the driveway to Windermere Rapid Station. And we have our last Healthline station right there on Euclid Avenue before it goes into the station. The bus lanes are already terminated by this point. In the eastbound direction, you can see we've done the curb bump outs and the curb radius extensions in this area. And these pedestrian improvements, the curb bump outs and changes to crosswalks and so forth, extend then through the rest of the city of East Cleveland to Ivanhoe. And light at the end of the tunnel, we talked at previous presentations about the railroad bridge that's at 118, between 118 and Coleman. RTA has applied for a grant. I don't know if there's any progress on that, Mary Beth, is there? Denied. Never mind. So, yeah, we may need to do a GoFundMe or something to try to do something there, but it's definitely an issue and something we want to recommend that there's some lighting and public art improvements proposed for that location. So we hope to have some final meetings the rest of this month with our stakeholders just to get final sign off on some things. We want to do public outreach meetings in June and wrap up the project by the end of June so that we stay within our contractual time period on this. So any questions, comments, suggestions?
Thank you, Tim. Doesn't look like we have any questions or comments, so.
Okay.
Appreciate the update.
My pleasure.
We'll move on to first quarter state fiscal year 2025 project planning reviews from Ed.
Yes, thank you. I'm presenting item 5B, our project planning reviews for the first quarter of 2025. No action, let's see what happened there. Okay. No action is being requested. This is being presented to this advisory council for information and input. There has been no previous action regarding this item. The purpose of our project planning review process is to assess whether a proposed project helps to achieve NOACA's vision and goals and to make sure the projects are consistent with NOACA planning requirements and other oversight agency requirements. The proposed projects are being processed in accordance with our project planning review process. That is, the projects have been reviewed by staff. They're being presented to the advisory councils, subcommittees, and committees, and they will be circulated for intergovernmental review and consultation and are posted on the NOACA website for review and comment. This slide will hopefully illustrate our process. If you look to these top two segments, the project planning review will evaluate a proposed project in its early planning stages and assess how it aligns with the plan. This is used to evaluate projects and identify any issues or conditions that need to be addressed prior to amendment to the plan. The action that ultimately occurs at the project planning review stage of this process is just the acknowledgement that this project has completed project review and has fulfilled staff, board, and public review and demonstrates compliance with NOACA planning requirements. This would then enables that project to be amended to the plan as conditions of approval if there are any identified, have been addressed by the project sponsor and they've provided evidence of such. Ultimately, the project would advance to the tip with resources committed for its implementation. So we have 3 project review summaries covering 2 phases of a shared use trail and then also a bicycle facility. They are contained in your materials on pages 12 through 14. I'll go through them real quick here. This slide shows the first of two projects sponsored by Lake Metro Parks. These are identified in the Lakefront Tomorrow Lake Erie Connect Plan. This proposed project involves constructing 900 feet of a 10-foot wide bicycle pedestrian path along the lakefront. This is phase two, continuing from the phase one path, which began at the Paynesville Township Park and extends about 2,300 feet west of the Paynesville Township Park, and this is located in Paynesville Township. The phase one part was dedicated a couple of weeks ago. So the estimated cost of this phase is roughly 1.4 million. They are utilizing discretionary earmark funding and also requesting about 341,000 in NOACA carbon reduction program fundings and providing about $100,000 of Lake Metro Parks non-federal money. So this next slide, this contains an image of the project, and if you look, this depicts all three phases. Phase one is the portion that's on the right there. That's the 2,300 feet that was recently dedicated and represented in the light green dash line. I think it's green. The proposed project I'm talking about now is phase two. That's shown in the dotted yellow line, circled in red. And then to the left of that, or to the left of that is the phase three, which I'll cover in the next couple of slides. There is a project summary contained in your materials along with this illustration on page 12 in the packet. So this project is the second of the two projects sponsored by Lake Metro Parks. This proposed project involves constructing a 10-foot wide bicycle pedestrian path along the lakefront. This is phase three for about 6,000 feet, and this continues from the west end termini of phase two, and provides trail access connections which are accessible from Fairport Nursery Road, and then also includes east and west parking lots as well. Also located in Paynesville Township. The estimated cost of this project is $2.3 million to be funded with NOACA carbon reduction program fundings that are about $1.5 million, and then the remainder would be provided by Lake Metro Parks. So then this gives you an idea of what the phase three component of this is. This depicts the phase one extending 2,300 feet from the west, 2,300 feet west from the Paynesville Township Park. And then you see the phase two, which I just covered previously, and that's shown in the dashed line, yellow dashed line. And then the proposed project phase three is the gray dashed line circled in red. Again, this project summary and the illustrations are contained in the materials on page 13. So those are those two projects. So our next project here is sponsored by the city of Lorraine. This is a bicycle facility project. The proposed project involves construction of a cycle track facility located along about 1.4 miles of Broadway Avenue, beginning just south of West 9th Street and then running south to East 28th Street in the city of Lorraine. This will use green paint that focuses on conflict areas. There'll be conflict markings at intersections and also commercial driveways that are at least 25 feet wide or greater. This is being done instead of using the green paint throughout the cycle track. This is a less expensive option. The project will also include installing bike buffer curbs and delineations, and then also bicycle safe grates, as well as lighting fixtures under the Frank J. Nardini Gateway Train Bridge. The estimated cost of this project is $1.5 million, and this will be requesting NOACA carbon reduction program funds at an amount of $1.5 million. So this next slide here will is also contained in your materials. Oops, boy, that's tough. So this contains an image of that project depicting the red line located along Broadway Avenue from just south of West 9th Street to East 28th Street. And then this project summary and illustrations are also contained on page 14 in the materials. So those are the three projects. NOACA staff will forward any comments from this council to the project sponsor and coordinate with them accordingly. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions or comments for Ed? I know I can say I'm excited for the Lake Metro Parks project, but we'll move on to the state fiscal year 2026 through 2029 tip potential projects for NOACA controlled funds. Ed again.
Okay, much of this you've seen at the previous meeting, but I just want to highlight a couple of points here, if I may. No action is being requested today. This item is just being presented to the Advisory Council for information and input and just kind of update you on what's transpired as we evaluate the potential projects for NOACA controlled funding for our state fiscal year 26 through 29 transportation improvement program. You recall at the last meeting, we presented the criteria and the methodology to evaluate qualifying projects to this advisory council. And then also this criteria and methodology were presented to the Planning and Programming Committee in January, this committee in February, and also the Transportation Subcommittee in March for input and discussion. So again, we're beginning to develop our transportation improvement program for state fiscal year 2026 through 2029, which will be presented to our board for action in March of calendar year 2025, and will ultimately take effect on July 1st of calendar year 2025 through June 30th of 2029. So as we evaluate potential projects in accordance with our approved methodology, we're looking to elevate and advance projects that best represent the priorities that are contained in the plan and are consistent with the board priorities. Also, we look to align those projects with state, federal transportation management initiatives. We do have our long-range plan, which contains many, many projects which informs this process. Again, as we're developing our projects, we're looking to assemble a program of projects to be funded in state fiscal years 26 through 29 with our traditional NOACA funding sources, which is the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program funding, also the Transportation Alternatives Program funding. These are directly allocated to NOACA, and then we have a sub-allocation from ODOT regarding the Carbon Reduction Program funds. And then there was also the congestion mitigation air quality funding, but that is dealt with through the statewide CMAQ program. And the most recent application round occurred back in December, and that was approved. So the projects for that funding source have been committed through 2029, actually. We're going to follow the same process we did for evaluating these projects that we used for this current TIP. That trust criteria and the methodology has been recommended by our advisory councils and our committees and approved by our board. That process incorporates our E-NEO plan priorities and the policies and initiatives adopted by the board, and these are also considered as well. So the methodology involves 5 steps. I'll go through these quickly. The first step that we undertook at the staff level was to develop a raw list of potential project universe for our universe, and we've completed this step. The next step, too, involves screening that raw list of projects against our E-NEO priorities and established policies with respect to pavement priorities, bridge condition, congestion, safety, etc. This has also been completed. So the memo on page 15 in the packet contains a link to that TIP universe listing. We are now in the process of step 3, which involves coordination with the communities, the 5 county engineers and the city of Cleveland Step 4 then, once we have further refined that list of needs, will be to filter off the top 25% of the transportation asset management projects. And then we will evaluate those qualifying projects against our regional significance criteria and then the other considerations. Regarding step 1, this was developed from various sources, the ENEO minor and major constraint and illustrative lists, the plans and programs and policies and projects contained in our plan to implement those strategies, the Transportation Asset Management Program. We also had projects that were recommended out of the Active Transportation Plan, safety and congestion corridors, priority locations and initiatives, and then also projects that were submitted from local and community or regional transit agencies as when we developed our plan back in 2021. So this is all with a sort of a target year of state fiscal year 2029. So that was our essentially our raw list. So then we screen these projects, this project universe, so that it aligns with the ENEO plan, and we screen them to align with the plan priorities for each project type. So for pavements, so we're looking to that they align with our Transportation Asset Management Program. Bridge priorities are screened based on the bridge condition data. Our congestion and safety lists, we look to see whether they are identified in congestion corridors or locations, strategies in the congestion management plan, and also along arterials identified in the STOP program or signal timing optimization program. And also roadways and such that align with our safety plans. We also were included here projects that are important to regional economy, regional travel and destinations. And then we applied screens to regarding transit asset management, namely rolling stock, vehicle replacements, facility improvements, transit operations, also looking at new or improved service. And then finally, for transportation alternatives or non-roadway type projects, we're looking at projects that are consistent or identified in perhaps safe routes to school travel plans or TLCI planning studies and historic transportation facilities as well. So we assembled all of that and filtered those that raw list utilizing these filters. This is tough. Excuse me. So the result of all that was actually about 3.3 billion in deficiencies. So we had about 892 roadway segment needs that were developed through the WACA's Transportation Asset Management Program. This is primarily minor repairs and minor rehabilitation. We had 37 bridge needs that came out of this, supporting various roadway functional classification types. That was about $28 million. And then we had about $160 million in about 37 system enhancement needs. And those ran the gamut from bicycle and pedestrian facilities, intersection reconfigurations, roadways reconfigurations, median sidewalks, and streetscapes. So now we're in the process of sending out letters to communities to review the needs that we have identified and see how they align with those communities. We're requesting information regarding scope, schedule, and budget. We'll be meeting in person with the 5 county engineers in the city of Cleveland, and also we wanted to arrange something with GCRTA and Lake Tran. Okay. I could advance this with a keyboard, but can anybody else? Oh, there we go. All right. So following coordination with the sponsors, hopefully we'll further refine that list and get a universe of projects that's more manageable number of qualifying projects. And to do this, we'll focus on the preservation projects or the roadway segments, and we will remove any additional projects or roadway segments that have been identified through this coordination. And then we'll filter the top 25% of the TAM preservation projects, then apply each county's respective percentage of the regional, their regional BMT traveled, or vehicle miles traveled, to get a representative number of qualifying deficiencies for each county. So that's kind of the start of this. And that's our base preservation project list. Then we sort that by cost effectiveness within each county. And then to that list of roadway segments, we add in all the other types of projects: congestion, safety, regionally significant, et cetera. So that's where we're on the brink of doing that at this point. So all the qualifying projects will be evaluated against our regional significance criteria based on regional connectivity factors, and we'll evaluate whether a roadway provides access to a facility with a multi-county or regional impact, a community impact, or a county impact, or a community impact, and how that roadway might address a deficiency or improve access to job centers, educational facilities, governmental institutions and medical centers, intermodal facilities, and cultural, sports, and entertainment venues. Again, looking at it from a regional, a county, and a community-based perspective. We'll also be looking at how projects align with adopted NOACA plans and initiatives. It might have a safety or congestion need. It might be a priority freight plan route, carry a transit arterial fixed route, align with recommendations that came out of completed Safe Routes to School travel plans or TLCI planning studies, or those that align with existing or perhaps an E-NEO recommended plan or proposed bicycle facility. So that's what we will be layering onto these roadway segments to sort of elevate these projects to something above and beyond just simply physical condition and the need to repair that. We also want to try to get as much regional benefit out of it for all users. So that's the intended purpose here. So another consideration that we will apply to this will be the potential opportunity to incorporate complete and green streets components or elements into the project, and some more evaluation factors applied to projects related to equity. We'll be looking at environmental justice areas, looking at NOACA-defined urban core communities and disadvantaged communities. We want to, we're very mindful of that. And then finally, potential to adopt or incorporate other technology or concepts like intelligent transportation system technology, or smart cores, that is strengthening mobility and revolutionizing transportation, or smart corridors. And then finally, whether maybe there is an opportunity to incorporate EV charging stations, or for those that have been identified. So we'll be looking at that as well. So this list can be viewed at this link. And we would ask that if anybody wants to provide feedback on project scope, schedule, estimated year of implementation, anything, that if you could email comments to projects@mpo.noaca.org, please do so by June 21st. Then, oops, excuse me. And then here's the schedule. We'll work with the advisory councils to evaluate potential projects for NOACA funds in accordance with the methodology throughout the months of February through June. Present project funding recommendations. The plan is to present those to the Planning and Programming Committee in July, and then to the Executive Committee in August, and then for board approval in September. After that, we'll work with the project sponsors to refine the scope and the schedule, and then those projects would be incorporated into the overall TIP, which would be assembled and presented for public review in April. So next steps, staff will evaluate projects for NOACA funding in accordance with the methodology, with consideration to the council input. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Doesn't look like we have any. Cool. We will move on to reports and updates. I don't know if we want to just go around the room, give updates or not, or anybody have anything they want to talk about? Super exciting. Woo.
For those of you who go to After Rail, it will be in Cleveland, June 3rd. I think it starts over the weekend, 2nd through the 5th, so. You're welcome.
Cool. That's exciting. Anybody else have anything fun and exciting? I don't really have anything for us I can think of. All right, we'll move on to, is there any new business? Or I'm sorry, any old business? Any new business? All right, then can I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
We, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Major public media has been noted. No action conducted in meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. Any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's Rules of Order, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member is still wishing to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak on the microphone. Microphone can be turned on and off. They are on the mic. Of February 16th, 2024 BPAC meeting minutes. Are there any corrections or additions? No. Yes, James?
Under reports and updates, where it's talking about the city of Euclid and the Bike Ped Safety Action Plan. The last sentence, if you could correct that, a recommendation will be made to Euclid City Council, not Cuyahoga County Council.
All right, are there any others? All right, if not, can I have a motion to approve? Okay, and second? All right, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay. The motion is approved. All right, and second item on the agenda is public comments or current agenda, on current agenda items. Do we have anyone here to speak today? No, okay. All right, next item, Chair's report, Executive Director. I do not have report, and I don't know. Is there an Executive Director report? No, not today, all right. There are no action items today. And so our presentations, we'll start. The first one is Reimagine Euclid Corridor, TLCI update, and that's Tim Rosenberg presenting.
Thank you. So we wanted to give you an update on this. We've been working on this, having a number of meetings and making changes to the presentation and the recommendations over the last 5 or 6 months or so, and wanted to give you an update on where things stand on this project. Just to bring everybody back up to speed, this is a project that extends from basically East 105 or Stokes, where the Healthline bus lanes end, out through University Circle along Euclid Avenue and into East Cleveland. And the bus piece of this extends out to Windermere. We are proposing to extend the streetscape improvements that we're showing out to Ivanhoe on the eastern end of East Cleveland. So it will cover Euclid through East Cleveland all the way. This is a pretty transit intensive area. 4 red line stations are nearby, 14 Healthline stations, and it's really the most transit intensive area in the region outside of downtown Cleveland. We wanted on this project to, first of all, use streetscape and other transportation improvements to encourage the redevelopment that's occurred in University Circle over the last 10 to 20 years to continue out into East Cleveland. And some of that is happening, some has happened, and some is happening, and we'll show some examples of that as we go through our recommendations. We also wanted to extend the dedicated transit lanes in some form and transit priority treatments from where they now end at Stokes Boulevard through University Circle and out to the end of the Healthline at Windermere. Also reduce pedestrian and bicycle crashes and improve pedestrian connections, and ideally extend bike lanes, bike facilities through the corridor. We heard from our stakeholders and from the public early on in our public meetings last year First of all, support for extending the Healthline dedicated lanes. I don't think anybody said that was a bad idea, that we should try to do that. Also, but bicycle improvements throughout the corridor. There are some bike lanes in the western part of the corridor, but what should happen for bikes extending further out was a concern. Bicycle and pedestrian accidents are a significant issue in all the corridor, but particularly in East Cleveland, or in University Circle rather, where there are some hot spots where there are quite a few ped and bike crashes. We heard from RTA that they'd prefer to have a continuous lane, so not a lane where the bus lane is varying from one lane to another, but where they would have a continuous lanes, and we would have bump outs to keep the bus in a single lane and take the curb to the bus. Also, people talked about the need for streetscape improvements, green space, sidewalk widening, in some cases parking rather than sidewalk, needed to support redevelopment activities going on in East Cleveland, and then reducing speeding and improving pedestrian safety in East Cleveland on Euclid Avenue. So East Cleveland has a pretty serious speeding problem on Euclid Avenue, so they'd like to see some traffic calming and also some improvements for pedestrians. So one of the issues the last time we talked with this group was the impact on capacity and on traffic volumes that might happen with putting in a bus lane. Obviously, that's taking away a lane from traffic. There are already some traffic concerns there. That we weren't scoped. The consultant team wasn't scoped to do any traffic analysis on this, but we were able to work with NOACA. NOACA stepped up to do some analysis using their travel forecasting model, and we were able to get some segment volumes for 2045 no build and the build condition where we would have the bus lanes in place. The 2045 build condition assumes that the dedicated bus lane functions as a right turn lane in the roadway network. So people who are making right turns into driveways or onto side streets would be able to use it. And in some cases, the modeling suggests that that added some roadway capacity and to a certain extent reduced the impact of the reduction in capacity. And then we left all existing right turn on red in place to allow cars to move off the road onto side streets. Just to keep in mind, this is a macro level analysis. It doesn't provide level of service for turning movements. It doesn't take into account the difference in capacity between 10 and 11 foot or 12-foot lanes. Further traffic analysis is going to be needed, and there will need to be design exceptions for making these changes from ODOT. So this is showing the AM peak. We have this for AM, MP, peak. Top is the westbound lane, bottom is the eastbound. This is the 2045 no build, and you can see there's a few spots there where we're already experiencing some level of service E and F down by East Boulevard, and then some level of service D and E on the westbound side in the AM. This is the build condition. So just flipping back and forth between those, you can see there are some places where things get a little worse. In the area by Ford and East 115th. This clicker's been a problem all morning for everybody. You can see that we dip into level of service E and F, and then on the far side of the railroad, we go into level of service F as well. So there are a few spots where we go into where the traffic congestion does worsen. In the westbound direction, not so much, just a little bit of additional congestion down by East Boulevard. This is the PM peak. So this is the 2045 no build. And you can see there are some spots there where we have already level of service F. This is D and E. In the PM peak, we didn't see as much of a difference. This condition at East Boulevard actually gets a little bit better Then we have, get to that. So this is the build condition again, and in most places, it doesn't get that much worse. So there are some issues here in the morning. Further analysis is going to be needed to see how we could possibly mitigate some of that. But we didn't see anything here that indicated that we should just forget about trying to do the bus lanes. So we have carried those forward, and we'll talk about what those look like. We looked at three alternatives, which ended up being sort of merged together into a single set of recommendations: the ped and bike safety and streetscape improvements, curbside dedicated bus lanes, which would run the entire way from Stokes all the way to almost Windermere. And then dedicated bike lanes as such were eliminated. They would stay in place in the places where they're in place now in the western part. There were really two reasons for this. Number one, we were not going to be able to do both bus lanes and bike lanes alongside each other in most of the corridor. Certainly not in East Cleveland within the right-of-way, and in most of University Circle. Extending or widening the road was going to be a problem. We looked at possibly putting the bike lanes behind the sidewalks, which in some cases would have gotten into property takes and things like that to try to keep it continuous. So if we would have had bike facilities, it would have been very chopped up, possibly missing some spots. There is also the issue, I don't know how widely known this is, but the RTA BRT lanes that exist now are bikes are permitted to use those. We heard this from Mike Shipper's voice, Mike Shipper's mouth at a meeting, and we're really glad to have that settled. And while not widely known, we saw that as something that basically could provide for safer facilities for bike in the corridor. So we pursued the bus lanes and assumed that the bike that those would function also as bike facilities. We've had a number of meetings over the last 5-6 months with our stakeholders. We've talked to all of these groups, some of them 2 or 3 times, and have put together a set of recommendations that we think reflect the consensus of these groups. And if we hear anything that you'd like to see changed today, we can take that back to our people before we finalize this. We're also going to be doing public meetings next month, so we'll be taking in comments on this from that as well. So this is the set of recommendations, and we'll look at some of the examples of this. We have PDFs that we can send you that have the layouts, not in engineering detail, but pretty good images of what this all would look like. So the curbside dedicated lanes in Cleveland, in the Cleveland portion of the corridor, 12-foot with a 1-foot shy distance to the curb. In East Cleveland, that would go down to 11 feet with 1 foot, and permitted use by bikes and right-turning vehicles. The traffic lanes are all narrowed to 10 feet. In East Cleveland, there was no choice. The right-of-way wasn't there to do it wider. In the city of Cleveland, that was requested to narrow it down. There are some places where we could do it a little wider, 11 or 12 in University Circle, but we narrowed it down to 10. At most intersections, we're proposing, particularly in East Cleveland, we're proposing curb bump outs and protected parking. The sidewalks can be widened where requested. Basically, in East Cleveland, we can do in any block that doesn't have a health line station in place, we could do either parking or sidewalk, depending on what the development requires. Narrowing of curb radii at many intersections, the addition of western crosswalks at Adelbert, Cornell, and UH Drive. So I'm sure we can have a discussion about that. But that was something requested by UCI and Case Western. And we would put in signage warning left turning traffic there to prevent conflicts. Expansion of ped islands. and installation of temporary bollards at some location. This is particularly relevant at Euclid at northbound MLK, where we would eliminate the slip lane and incorporate that island into the sidewalk, and at Superior northbound at Euclid in East Cleveland, where we would expand the ped island that's between the right turn lane and the north through lane. And then we would do new hawk signal we are proposing at Lakeview in East Cleveland, and improvements to the Euclid and Cornell Rail Bridge, which we can talk about. So this is at Euclid at MLK, and we would have, this is the ped island that's out here now. We have the crosswalk going into it and then out. What we are proposing is that we would bump this curb out. So basically taking out this right turn pocket, taking in some of this striped out area here, and then rounding this curve so people could make this right turn. And we would basically do a kind of perforation of this bus lane in this location to allow right turning traffic into this right turn lane where they would store and then make the right turn movement. In this area, the bus lane is about 13 feet wide, and the traffic lanes are 10. The turn lanes are 9 with a 1 foot shy distance. Any thoughts on this? Fire when ready.
I have a question.
We probably don't need a microphone for you.
Do both.
You're moving through. Yeah,
All right.
You're picked up on everybody's.
What is the purpose of this recommendation? What are you trying to accomplish?
Narrowing the crosswalk primarily and eliminating the secondary crosswalk. And just eliminating the potential conflict between heads and that right turning path.
All right, this is a unique case for, often slip lanes get a bad rap, and it's often undeserved. They're sometimes yield controlled, and that can be unfriendly for pedestrians. What's unique here is the reason we have this design is because of the pedestrians. This is a signalized crosswalk. The right turn lane is signal controlled. It doesn't operate as a slip lane. It doesn't operate under yield control. So when pedestrians cross from the northeast corner to the island, motorists turning right have red, so they have to stop.
Mm-hmm.
The added benefit of this island is that eastbound, westbound pedestrians today are not in conflict with any turning motorists. That was done intentionally because that westbound right turn is a primary movement at that intersection. It's quite heavy during peak times. If we did this, we would eliminate all the pedestrian protection, and now all the westbound right turns would be permissive across the crosswalk on the north side of the intersection, creating a conflict which today does not exist. So this is something that our office would not support. It's maybe jumping ahead a little. I noticed at the end of your recommendations, things would be refined during a traffic analysis. This is one thing that would go away in our first conversation, because we wouldn't want to do something to degrade pedestrian safety on a project like this. There are other things that are very traffic specific that I'm surprised to see, but maybe I need a better understanding of where they came from. I'll go with the lane widths for now. RTA on a fairly recent project insisted on 12-foot lanes because they were concerned about buses hitting mirrors as they passed each other, or buses hitting trucks coming in the opposite direction. So to go down the 10s, especially on this is probably a federal aid primary route. It is a truck route. It's the truck delivery route for all the institutions in the area. 10-foot lanes are not appropriate on this street. Maybe they are in left turn lanes, maybe, but not in the through lanes. So that's something that would be refined in the final recommendation. What I'd say just globally is either having a meeting with traffic engineering before you make your final recommendations, or say something like, these are items worthy of further discussion in the next stage of analysis, or something like that. Leave it open-ended. Because there are things here that we would not at all be comfortable with. But I don't want to get into every single detail on every single one now. I just need a better understanding of where these originated, because I don't think they're going to accomplish the goals of the project, or maybe the people who requested these specific treatments.
Tim,
That's
can
all,
you,
but I might jump in again later. This is very.
Yes, I will. Mhm. He is speaking into the microphone. I am not. Yes, where, I mean, we did have input from Rob and from you, I think, at one point, but definitely from Rob at some point. It's just, the question is, who spoke last? So, that's where right. Well, that's it. But I think that this is something that, maybe needs to be worked out between the various people at the city of Cleveland and also UCI and possibly some of the other stakeholders, because, there are a lot of different opinions and they're in direct conflict, and we're just trying to, come out with something that,
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend.
that everybody can agree with, right?
This is probably the one with the lowest probability
Of happening, right, right.
Because it degrades the pedestrian experience
Yeah.
dramatically.
Yeah.
That's something we want to do.
Right. Okay, next one. Yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
For a while.
Mhm.
I know this is a big priority for them in terms of improving pedestrian safety, and I don't fully understand everything Andy's saying around. I understand, it's a protected slip lane for the pedestrians, so they would
Yeah,
have
well, we're,
a green.
yeah,
But
we
I
may
don't,
have,
what,
we may
what-
have misunderstood or mislabeled this. This lane here that we're identifying as a slip lane, when we say a slip lane, it means that, you can have traffic pass through this and yield to pedestrians and yield to the traffic on this side, but there's no signal. What Andy's saying is there is a signal here, and there's also signal heads for the PEDs here. So this PED crossing is actually controlled, and this right turning movement is controlled. So if we went to this, what is shown here, where we would have the turning traffic happening here, this would probably have to be a right turn on red in order to allow, in order to provide enough capacity for right turning traffic to get out of the way there.
Well, let me
yeah.
jump in a little bit, because
Yeah.
I like to talk about traffic stuff. Here's the big thing. That's one of the few signalized crosswalks in the entire city that have no vehicle conflicts. Because even in the eastbound direction, all eastbound lefts are protected. They're only on an arrow. So there's no time when someone walks from what is the island right now, the northeast corner island, to the northwest corner. There are no times where it is legal for a motorist to turn while a pedestrian is crossing in the eastbound and westbound directions. The conflict number per hour is 0. If we changed it to this, now all the right turns, the eastbound lefts would remain protected most likely, but the westbound rights, which today never are in conflict with pedestrians moving during green, now all of them would be in conflict with those pedestrians. So we don't need to spend an hour right now discussing why we would want to do that, but it just doesn't make any sense. Normally, we would want to reduce the number of conflicts or eliminate them. Here we're going from 0 to a very high number.
So, Jacob.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had some other comments, but not specifically about this. Do you want me to wait until the end?
Doesn't
Okay, I'll give them now then. I saw in some of the recommendations you were proposing narrowing some of the new Hawk pedestrian crossing islands
Yes.
in East Cleveland. And I'm curious if there's opportunity not to narrow those, knowing that part of this plan's purpose is to improve pedestrian safety, and you noted speeding is a big issue in the East Cleveland section. I know that was a big initiative of Governor DeWine when they had a fatal crash there a couple of years ago. So I guess what are the lane widths in those sections? I know I've been in a number of meetings where RTA is asking for 13-foot wide lanes, which in my eyes, and I would hope in the eyes of the city and Ohio Department of Transportation, having 13-foot wide lanes in an urban setting is unacceptable. I think 11-foot wide lanes for a dedicated bus lane would be sufficient. And if that would give space to not have to reduce that safe pedestrian crossing area would be ideal.
Yeah, talking about the 13 feet, I mean, in University Circle, what we're showing for the bus lane is what we're calling 12 plus 1, which is 12 plus a 1 foot, side distance to the curb,
Excuse me, Tim,
which is, yeah.
let me ask you just to get on the mic again. Sorry, thank you.
Sorry. So that RTA, that's RTA's preference, you know, is that the thing would be, the lanes would be 12 feet with a 1 foot shy distance to the curb. In University, or in East Cleveland, we can't manage that because the islands set the lane widths to basically the carriageway on either side of those islands, 23 feet. So RTA wouldn't accept less than 11 plus 1 in East Cleveland. So they wanted 11 feet with the 1 foot shy distance to the curb. That leaves 10. Or that would leave no, I'm sorry. They wanted 12. Let me see here for sure, because please tell me this one's going to work. Not going. Can we advance this on the screen or no? There's no, where's the keyboard? There's no keyboard. There we go. Yeah, so let me get into East Cleveland here real quick. And yeah, so RTA is asking for 11 plus 1. Yeah, sorry, the microphone. 11 plus 1, I'm sorry. The area between those islands is 21 feet. So RTA wants 11 plus 1, that's 12. That would leave 9 if we kept the pedestrian islands as they are. So we actually have to cut a foot off of either side of them in order to manage 10 feet for the traffic lane. We're not going to be able to go below 10 feet for the traffic lanes. That's just never going to happen. At that rate, we still have to go to 9-foot turn lanes in that area. So that's, also substandard.
Yeah, I'm curious about even 11-foot bus lanes to be able to not have to cut into those pedestrian refuge islands. I feel like, it's a dedicated bus lane. There shouldn't be other users in it except for bikes. So I guess that would be my request, maybe a review with RTA about 11-foot lanes. I know even a year ago that was their preference.
We have reviewed. I don't think asking again is going to help, but we can point it out, that it's been asked.
Yeah, I think maybe it's on a role of the municipalities when they're talking with RTA to reiterate kind of what's coming out from ODOT Central around lane widths and speed. And in my opinion, in an urban environment like Cleveland, there shouldn't be any 12-foot lanes, and if they're required by ODOT, exceptions should be sought and looked into.
You need to get on a mic.
Hi, I'm Nancy Lyons Stadler, also with WSP. This is a pretty short distance along, it's not like the continuous lane. It would be a narrowing of the bus lane for just the stretch of the Hawk signal. Do you know what the linear distance is for that?
It's continuous.
But could it be? Could
I
it
don't
be
think-
just for the stretch where there's the Hawk signal, so that we're not compromising in that location?
RTA did not want that, but you tell me. if
Okay.
you could,
It
because-
seems to me that that might be a compromised position for just the locations where there's the Hawk signals to,
I mean, what you'd be doing though would be, you'd be changing, like in the blocks where the Hawk signals are in place, you would have one lane width and then you go to another, so you'd be.
it's just a,
it'd
ta-
be-
you
it'd
just
be bouncing.
you introduce a taper is all. Just a thought.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, to widen the, to widen where the Hawk signals.
And not to
We
talk
could
too
look at-
much.
We could look at that.
Yeah, but my other question, and you may not be able to answer this, but maybe we can get an answer from RTA. But my understanding from RTA Police and Mike Shipper is that bikes are not allowed on the Euclid Avenue BRT lanes. And if that's going to be the case here, how does that impact the ones that are in the center further on Euclid so that it's clearly reiterated to people biking where they can use the dedicated BRT lanes? My understanding is they're not allowed to use them on Euclid because the signals are different. So I think some clarity on that for when this project moves forward.
What I heard was unequivocal, that people could use them. I don't know if you have other information, but.
I'm going to jump in on this one too.
Mhm.
Jacob, I agree. I think that there needs to be signing to indicate whether it's pavement marking or signing to indicate shared use by bicycles where they're allowed at the locations that they're allowed. And we've had conversations with RTA about this. I know as a cyclist, it doesn't necessarily the policy isn't translated to the operators because I've had conversations when I've been in transit zones, not the middle lanes. And so I think that this is something holistically through the city that needs to be addressed from just a methodology procedural perspective.
This has been an issue for a long time. I mean, whether these lanes are, whether bikes are permitted to use these lanes, and it's never been fully resolved, but what it sounded like when we were talking about this with Mike was that the bike lanes are open for, or the bus lanes are open for bike, so you should try to confirm that with him. Okay, so let me go back here and we'll show some of the other locations. I'm sure this will get a rousing reaction as well. The scramble crosswalk, which was something that UCI and CASE suggested, as well as restoring the crosswalk on the western side. This is at Adelbert, but the western crosswalk restoration is also at at the UH Drive and at Cornell. In this area, the bus lanes are 12+1. We're proposing temporary islands or bollards to extend out the islands and narrowing the curb radii, and you'll see more of that at some of the other intersections going forward. So, Andy.
I just think generally speaking, a lot of these recommendations should have followed a much more detailed traffic analysis. That's the scramble crosswalk. We've been talking about this for 15 years. We field tested it. It didn't work when Euclid was 7 lanes wide. We tested it before the corridor project was done. It's not an idea we support. For some reason, it won't go away. the idea that is. You know, the left side or the western crosswalk, that went away with the Euclid Corridor
Right, when the
project
Helpline was
years
built.
ago,
Mhm.
when the right lane on the Delper was converted to allow a left turn. So now we have a double left there, so we can give more green time to the traffic on Euclid. There are a lot of interchangeable parts here, a lot of things that were done for very specific reasons, and those reasons haven't changed. And conceptually, they might look like they could fit, and maybe on another street they would, but on this street, they might not. And there was something about a UH. Let's go to UH. We're on a roll here. You were gonna add a crosswalk there.
I thought I showed it, but I guess not. Yeah, but it would be similar to this, you know. except
All right,
The
that's
double,
Cornell.
yeah, this is.
Now Cornell might work. You got a
Mhm.
single left. I actually am not sure why that one wasn't added with the BRT project years ago. Do you have a picture of the UH Drive intersection?
I don't have one on here, no. I
All right.
didn't show that one.
Well,
sorry.
that one, the one on the west side was eliminated when UH Drive was dramatically widened to add the median maybe 12 to 15 years ago, because northbound left turns were so far away from that crossing point, it would have been like a through movement,
Right,
not a turn going through the crosswalk. It would have
Right.
been highly unconventional and unsafe. So
Yeah.
we would have to take a very detailed look at where you would want to put the crosswalk. How would you operate it so that left turning motorists could see the pedestrians and not hit them, you know, being caught by surprise? Because it wouldn't look anything like this.
no, it's
it's-
different. I should have
I don't know if
put
it's
that in. I'm
80 to
sorry.
100
Yeah.
feet away, but it's very strange, and that's why that's not there. So I'll wait for more cues. I can't remember. There's so much to talk to. The
There's
meeting
only-
will go to 3
There's only a
o'clock
couple
if I
more
keep
slides in
going.
Cleveland. The other thing to note on this one, other than restoring this crosswalk, is the widening of this. So this is actually the existing curb line right here, going back to Euclid Avenue. This is what we're proposing, basically, eliminating a lane along Cornell there.
What
and
design
bumping the
vehicle did
south.
you use for that radius?
Not a big truck.
Yes, you are correct. A couple of those radii are a little bigger than, say, the southwest is a little bigger than the southeast, because back at the time, there was a concern about getting semis into the institutions on the south side of Euclid. So we're not opposed to narrowing the road if it's possible, but those radii were designed intentionally. If let's say Case or UH, if their trucks come in a different way and they don't need them to go that way anymore, perhaps we could look at a slight reduction, but it would take a really thoughtful analysis. And narrowing the road, you know, you're taking a couple feet off at enormous expense. What's your return on investment? You know, there's a massive opportunity cost to doing that. So.
Yeah, some of these curb radii changes that we're proposing are definitely gonna have to be examined from just that, viewpoint, how much benefit are we getting relative to the cost, especially if we're getting into moving utilities and things like that. So, that's something that is going to have to be bitten off, at a more detailed level, but.
You'll have to look at all of them, because I think East Boulevard might have been one of yours, and then Chester, both of those are acute angles. There's a lot of nuance in the design. RTA was really thorough when they did this years ago, and did we miss something? Maybe. Did we find something? Possibly, but it's not like there's a lot of blanket treatments that need to come through this corridor when it comes to something like this.
Okay, then this one is at Ford or Mayfield. So here we are proposing to pull out the curb on this side, which widens the sidewalk. Again, that could be an issue if we have truck traffic making this right-hand turn. But we're showing here the curb bump out several feet. This shortens up the crosswalk here. Less pronounced curb radius change here. Oh, goodness. Okay. So a curb radius change on slight on this side and then more significant this way. So this would shorten up the crosswalk, this crosswalk. And again, you know, we have in this area 12+1 for the BRT lane and 10 feet for the traffic, 10 feet for the turn. This is now Euclid at Lakeview, so this is basically where we transition into the East Cleveland condition, basically, which is pretty continuous through the area. So what we're showing here is 11 foot +1 for the BRT, 10 feet for the through lane, 9 feet for the turn lane. At this particular location, the city of East Cleveland Land Bank has asked for an island that would be in this area with landscaping just to sort of enhance this development and this development that's already in place. Over here, obviously, this probably is going to have to be, you know, how much storage we need here is going to have to be, it's not going to be like this with one car, but this is what's been requested. And then you can see the sidewalks bumped out on this side because the Healthline station is in place. On the other side, we would do curb bump outs that would protect the parking. And that's pretty much the condition the whole way to where the bus lane ends near Windermere. This is at Superior and Euclid. So we have this island that's out here now. We're proposing to extend that island out to meet the bus lane on this side and then extend it to the south to make it larger and allow us to relocate an RTA bus stop onto the island. It's now up here, further up the hill on Superior, and it's a problem for the bus drivers to be able to get out of that right lane and then get into the center lane to continue north on Superior. So that would solve that problem. At this location, we looked at possibly eliminating, this actually is a slip lane here. There is no signal for it, but the parking lot of this shopping center that's on this side is one way out. The traffic travels through it one way. And if we were to eliminate that exit, we cut off about a third of his parking lot from traffic. So we left that piece in place there. Again, in this area, 11 foot +1 bus lanes and 10 foot traffic, 9 foot center. And then this is Bryn Mawr. So this is where the Healthline eastbound would end. This is about a block and a half short of Windermere, right across from the library. The lanes continue on the westbound side, and then the westbound would end at the driveway for the Windermere Rapid Station. But you can see here we have the curb bumped out here with the parking protected. It already is protected by this sidewalk bump out for the Healthline station on this side. And then we'd have the parking, and then on this side, this is shown as protected parking in the next block where there's they have the sidewalk bumped out. This could, anywhere where we have this protected parking, depending on what the development needs are at that location, we could also bump out the sidewalk instead. And we found out at the last meeting, the transit advisory meeting from Mary Beth, that RTA applied for a grant for lighting and public art improvements to improve conditions under this bridge. at least get some light down there, maybe paint. But that grant was turned down. So we are back at square one with what would happen under here. But the project, we definitely want to recommend that improvements are made to at least lighten, get more light and more improvements to the conditions under there for both the traffic and pedestrian movements that go under there. Okay, so we'll have some final meetings with our stakeholders just to make sure everybody's square with what we want to do. So it sounds like we probably need to have one with City of Cleveland and UCI and maybe a few of the other stakeholders up in that area just to settle what we're going to recommend in some of those areas. And then we want to have public outreach meetings in June and try to finish the final report, get everything into NOACA to finish up the project by the end of June. So anybody have any more comments or questions they want to have? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Good morning. I would just want to, I've sit through all the virtual meetings for this project, and so many of them, even more than required 3 public meeting. I've sit through all this, and I've listened to all this kind of detailed discussion about the traffic engineering and turning and all this. But one thing is, one objective of this project is not to go to that details of the right turn, bump out, or anything like this. Is a point of this project is it acceptable to have a bus lane in the, and remove one traffic lane? Is that the main question of this? If yes or no, whether it's got problems, what's the advantage, what's the disadvantage? Now, even on this meeting or any other meeting, we sit down and talk about all details of the design and geometric design of each intersection, which is about more than 10-15 of them. It's very difficult to get the consensus on this kind of, what we need when actually goes, and if it's accepted and if it's recommended, then when we go to the implementation, then for each of the intersection should be a design team, look at the traffic, and a team show the general 2045 traffic volume as macro level. When you go to the detail of each intersection should be simulated, should be the design for each one, and look at the traffic. But when we go to down detail of this, I think is not the objective of this project. The objective was to look at the macro level and say whether we can have a bus lane there or not.
And I wanted to just pause us for a second and acknowledge that 3 people were seriously injured on this corridor in 2023 alone, at least 3. But I thank you for focusing us back on kind of like the intention of this project. I feel like we kind of led in with like the traffic impacts instead of thinking about the thousands of people riding the bus every day who are sitting in traffic and the impact that it can have on their lives and that reliability of access for them. And the potential, more efficient option for someone that's stuck sitting in traffic today. So really just wanted to highlight, the fact that there are still very serious injuries happening on that street today, but also the benefit of the transit lane for all of the folks riding transit there.
Are there any other, Andy?
Hi. 2 questions or comments or both. One thing that Sarah brought up a good point, something about buses getting caught up in traffic somewhere, delayed. That hasn't been addressed yet. This was brought up at the last meeting, and we've had this discussion. I looked at the summary. It seems like the snuck premise here is that if we can put a bus lane in, we're gonna do it. But we made a huge leap over the explanation of where is there the need to do it? What problem are we resolving? There was no discussion about improvements in transit service. Is RTA proposing to reduce headways by 50%? How many more riders per day are they expecting if this happens, or riders per hour? There was no discussion of what issues we're trying to resolve for them or what other options were considered. We just went straight from, there's no bus lane, let's put in a bus lane. So I don't even understand the story of how we got to where we are now and why we're recommending a bus lane. The question isn't really, can we do it? It's do we need to do it? And what other options we look at that didn't work? And this is the only one that reaches the goals of the project. The second thing is at the end, you mentioned we're gonna refine some things based on the traffic analysis. One thing to keep in mind is at the macro level, maybe there are only 2 or 3 links showing VC ratios over 1.0 or over 0.9. I don't remember. Well, we're cutting the capacity in half. If there's no increase in bus service, then we've not increased any bus capacity. So we've just decreased corridor capacity by 50%. So a lot of those VC ratios should have gone up much more than they did in the build scenario. But even if it's only one link that fails, that's all it takes, because one signal can block 10 intersections easily. You can queue block everything. So there is going to be a more detailed analysis done to know if this is a final configuration we can recommend. We can't go straight to, we recommend the bus lanes when we don't even know if this improves anything for RTA. It could actually even make things worse. If the general purpose lanes are queuing back into the RTA's queue jump locations, I mean, it's not a done deal that this is an improvement for anybody yet. There are a lot more questions that need to be answered.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, I think we did not analyze ridership. Sorry, we did not analyze ridership analysis to see. We actually did get some ridership numbers out of the model when we did the traffic analysis, and we did see some increase in RTA ridership there. There is latent capacity on the buses are not full, even pretty much during the peak right now. So there is room for traffic to shift, or for ridership to shift from driving or from other modes to transit in that area, even without RTA proposing additional frequency. RTA has not proposed additional frequency in this area. We assume that the bus lanes, what we've seen in other places is usually a 10 to 15% increase in travel speed. With side running BRT lanes, that translates in this case to just a few minutes, because it isn't a very, it's a relatively small segment of the corridor. What we have seen is more reliability, that the variability of the travel speed and the ability of the buses to keep to their 15-minute headways and not be delayed improves when you put in the bus lanes. But we didn't, use that to make a case for putting in the bus lanes. We just assumed, that the buses would benefit from that. You're right that there are the potential for, if the traffic backs up too severely, there is potential for the bus lanes to be blocked, particularly when you're talking about curb running lanes, which are less protected than those center lanes. So that's something that would have to be resolved in the.
Okay, I'm going to ask if there are any other comments
Yeah,
that
we've
we
been talking
just
for almost an hour. So.
email them in, yes, because we have 3 other agenda items, so we will need to move on. So if you're.
Okay.
One thing I just yeah.
want to point out is not practice specific, but it seems like there's been a breaking communication. Like, I guess I'm surprised that here you're at saying the report's going to be done shit, but it sounds like Andy's comments are like the first ever you're hearing about. And I guess I would just recommend maybe better communication between stakeholders. Like, you can't communicate, so that's all that was my.
Yes.
Okay. Again, any additional comments, please email, and so we can move to the next agenda items. Thank you.
Okay, our next item on the agenda is first quarter SFY 2025 project planning reviews. Ed May.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. If no one minds, I'm just going to do it from here. This seems a little more reliable, this keyboard. I am presenting item 5B, the project planning reviews for the first quarter of state fiscal year 2025. No action is being requested. This item is being presented to this advisory council for information and input. There has been no previous action regarding this item. The purpose of our NOACA project planning review process is to assess whether a proposed project helps to achieve NOACA's vision and goals and to make sure that the projects are consistent with the NOACA planning requirements and other oversight agency requirements. The proposed projects are being processed in accordance with our project planning review process. This involves 4 levels of review. The projects have been reviewed by staff. They're being presented to the various advisory councils, subcommittees, and committees, circulated for intergovernmental review and consultation, and are posted on the website for public review and comment. This will illustrate our process whereby project planning review evaluates projects that are proposed, and they do so in the early planning stages and assess how those projects align with our plan. We have used this process to evaluate projects and identify any issues or conditions that are identified and perhaps need to be addressed. This would be prior to the project being amended to our plan. So the action taken at this stage of this process is acknowledging that the project has completed project planning review and has fulfilled staff, board, and public review and demonstrates compliance with NOACA planning requirements. This enables the project to be amended to the plan. As conditions of approval, if there are any that have been identified, have been addressed by the project sponsor, and evidence has been provided by the sponsor. Ultimately, the project will advance to the 4-year transportation improvement program with committed resources for its implementation. There are 3 project review summaries covering 2 phases of a shared use trail, and then another project is a bicycle facility project. These are contained in the materials on pages 11 through 13. I'll go through them quickly. This first slide lists the first of 2 projects sponsored by Lake Metro Parks. This and the other are identified in the Lakefront Tomorrow Lake Erie Connect plan. This proposed project involves constructing roughly 900 feet of a 10-foot wide bicycle pedestrian path along the lakefront. This is phase 2. This would continue on from phase 1, which extends about 2,300 feet west of the Painesville Township Park. That was dedicated actually a couple of weeks ago, rather. The project is estimated to cost about $1.4 million, and it would be funded with utilizing a discretionary earmark funds, some NOACA carbon reduction program funding, and then as local funding. So this slide here depicts, the 3 phases. Here's phase 1 that I was just referencing, but here's the proposed project right here. Phase 1, again, extends about 2,300 feet west from the Painesville Township Park. That's the green dashed line along here. And then the proposed phase 1 portion is the yellow dashed line circled in red. And then to the left of that, which I'll cover in a minute, is the phase 3 component. So there's a project summary and illustrations in the packet on page 11. Okay. The next slide here is the second of the 2 projects sponsored by Lake Metro Parks, and this involves constructing a 10-foot wide bicycle pedestrian path along the lakefront for about 6,000 feet, and this would continue from the west termini of phase 1, from phase 2 rather, and including east and west parking lots, and also providing trail access connections accessible from Fairport Nursery Road. This is in Painesville Township as well. The estimated cost of the project is $2.3 million, and will be funded with NOACA Carbon Reduction Program funds and also non-federal or Lake Metro Park funding. Here you can see in this illustration, this again shows phase one, which extends from the Painesville Township Park in green. The proposed phase two project, which I just covered, represented in yellow, and then also the proposed phase three portion right there, the gray dashed line circled in red. Again, this map and the summary are contained in the materials on page 12. So our next project is a bike facility project sponsored by the city of Lorraine. The proposed project involves constructing a cycle track facility along about 1.4 miles of Broadway Avenue, and this would go from just south of 9th Street to East 28th Street. This is in the city of Lorraine, and this is an alternative that will use green paint at conflict points or areas with conflict markings, primarily at intersections and at commercial driveways with a width of 25 feet or greater. This will be done instead of using green paint all throughout the cycle track. The project will also include installing bike buffer curbs and delineators, bicycle safe grates, and then also lighting fixtures under the Frank J. Nardini Gateway Train Bridge. The estimated cost of this proposed project is $1.5 million to be funded with NOACA Carbon Reduction Program funds. And here's an image. Oops, sorry. There we go. This map is contained in the materials. This just shows, depicts this is the project depicted by the red line along, that's Broadway Avenue there, from just south of the 9th Street to East 28th Street. And this map and a summary are contained on page 13 of the packet. So those are the projects. Next steps, NOACA staff would forward any comments from the council to the project sponsor and then coordinate accordingly. Thank you.
Are there any comments? All right, we will move on to the next item on. Next item on agenda is Regional Metro Parks Trail Connectivity Study. And Matt Hill, or I'm sorry, Arthur Schmidt. It looks like is subbing in for Matt Hill.
The one that was working for you, Tim? Maybe so. Yes. You want me to use this? Can you hear me all okay?
Yes.
Do you want to start, Ali, or do you want me to?
Yeah, Arthur is representing the OHM, and this is the consultant. The project started, I mean, we started a couple of years ago, but actually the project started in January, sometimes in the new year after the board approved in December. And that's NOACA plus all the Metro Parks officials, all is involved in this project. And we are trying to get the connected trail network in the region, connecting all the Metro Parks and providing the alternative to the car and alternative to the accessing buses, and that facility as a multimodal system in our region.
Yeah, thank you, Ali. So good morning. My name is Arthur Schmidt. I'm a principal planner with OHM Advisors, subbing in for my teammate Matt Hills, who couldn't be here this morning to join you. And as Ali mentioned, the Regional Metro Parks Trail Connection Study will develop a trail network for the 5-county NOACA region. The network will connect the park areas to each other, enhance park access from the residential neighborhoods, and NOACA is partnering with the Cleveland Metro Parks, Lake Metro Parks, Geauga Park District, Medina County Park District, and the Rain County Metro Parks to develop this trail network plan. So for today, I just want to give you a high-level overview of what this project is, what we've started to do. We're going to be coming back to you a couple more times with more updates and more information, but we thought this would be a good point to kind of give you that overview in terms of the project. OHM is the leading consulting team. We are partnering with Tool Design Group and Guide Studio. in the development of existing conditions inventory and analysis, stakeholder and community engagement, trail network criteria, the trail network itself, cost estimating, and then prioritizing the recommendations and implementations going forward. The key to this success is going to be for the 5-county study area is going to be in the analysis and in the marketing of the survey to the public and to the 5-county region. We're going to be doing this through a project website, surveys, reaching out to specific stakeholders and community groups, and layering all that involvement with our analysis and our work with all of the region's county districts, county members, municipalities, and interest groups. This is outlining our overall project team. This is a fairly large project with a lot of different stakeholders. So in collaboration with NOACA and our teammates, we started to break this down into 3 areas that we feel will best suit us going forward with respect to how we can get the information together, how do we work with the different groups, and make sure that we're not missing anything along the way. Before I go into that breakdown, I just want to highlight some of the goals and principles of the project that you've seen in your packet. This outlines the 8 goals that we have, a piece that we're still in development and working on together as a group. But the key here is that these goals are stemming from the overall principles for NOACA for this project, looking at the 5-county region in terms of partnership, justice, resiliency, and feasibility. Now, as you can imagine, the overall process is quite complicated. If you would look at the overall Gantt chart, it can make your head spin just a little bit. So we thought to simplify it just a bit, we utilized just kind of breaking it down into 3 very large tasks. So that way we can walk you through this space. The first task starts with just analyzing the overall trail network, the overall analysis. What do we have out there? What's being planned? What's being discussed at a high level? The second task is then starting to develop that overall trail network from a regional perspective. How do we create those linkages? And then the third task is ultimately how do we start to implement these trails and make these connections going forward? Intermittent with all of that is going to be the community and stakeholder engagement. What you're seeing on the screen right now is the first phase of that community engagement when we'll begin, starting here in June next month, running through to the end of this year. And there'll be several iterations of that going forward to make sure that we're checking in both at a county and regional level, as well down at a local and community level, and with you all as a committee too. So as I mentioned before, I showed the graph of the overall groups and their roles and responsibilities, So I'd like to break that down for you all just a little bit. So first is the project team, so which includes the consultant team that I mentioned, led by OHM advisors with NOACA and with our county park districts in Cleveland, Lorain, Lake, Geauga, and Medina. Those responsibilities, we are going to be obviously collaborating and coordinating with one another, performing the analysis, facilitating and planning the overall engagement, reviewing the recommendations and the overall summary reports. And this team is holding bi-weekly progress meetings to ensure that we are staying on track and on schedule with all the tasks before us. Next, below that project team is what we are calling our technical team, and we're going to be meeting with them 10 times over the course of this project. This includes park districts, county directors, county planning level agencies, as well as county level engineering. And their roles and responsibilities that we are seeking from them is that at key points during this planning process, we're going to sit down with them, talk with them about what's going on with the various municipalities and the different groups in each one of their counties, and really rely heavily on them on their experience with the trail and active transportation development going forward. They're going to assist, as with everyone else, in getting the word out for the project surveys and our stakeholder and community meetings. And it's anticipated, as we mentioned up there, that we're going to meet with this group 9 times, primarily virtually, so that way we can get everybody in the room together so we can have these discussions. The points in which we're going to meet with them is going to be giving them an overall project introduction and understanding of what that trail network criteria is. That has already occurred. Then we're going to start talking about the existing conditions analysis, talking to them of what we understand. And then the other points will be as we start to develop the overall trail network, and then as we start to develop our recommendations, our implementation, and then the final draft report. Next level there is the regional stakeholders. So this includes individuals at the municipal level, This is also national and state entities, our regional transit organizations, and other local organizations who have a stake in the overall trail network plan. Again, this is to provide us with yet another layer of information and local understanding, even getting down to some of the finite details, understanding the opportunities and the challenges and the concerns that are going on within each one of these municipalities. And we want to make sure that we're meeting with these groups at least once during the project phase, but it's going to be a couple of times during this project phase. And then the third group in this network is you all here at the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee meeting. Our goal with you all as we start to present more information is for you to help provide us additional input and guidance on the analysis and the recommendations that we start to bring forward, as well as start to connect us with any additional stakeholders and assist with community engagement in terms of getting the word out there, whether it be for the survey or our upcoming community meetings. Just briefly, I want to talk about some of the work that we're undergoing right now. Like I mentioned before, it's under progress or in progress. But just to highlight, we've started to do some of the trail network criteria. As you can see, this list was developed with our project team, with NOACA and our partners at the park districts, understanding what is the criteria that we want to start to analyze, and then what is that data set for that evaluation. And we'll be working with our partners to make sure that we have the latest and greatest pieces of that information. And then in terms of the existing conditions analysis, where we are at with that, we are starting to compile all of that data information at various points. As you can see, still compiling it all, have the majority of it, but there's still a few missing pieces and parts. Some of the information is getting updated as we speak right now from the various organizations. So we want to make sure that, as I mentioned before, we have the latest and greatest. From an engagement standpoint, just to highlight some of the steps we're going to take. As we're looking at the 5-county region, we understand there's going to be various levels of promotion and understanding of what this project is. So we want to utilize, again, our stakeholders, our community members, our local leaders to help push the message out. So we are setting up marketing materials to be used on social media, through email, and then through physical printing and yard sign designs to help spread the word about the project overall, about the survey that it's going to be launched, and then our public meeting events as they come up. Right now, what we are planning to do in terms of an overall timeline is next week start to send some of the promotional materials and instructions to our stakeholders. So some of you here in this room are going to be seeing that coming through. And then starting the following week, start to begin the promotion about the survey that is going to be launched. We are proposing that it will start probably at the beginning of June. And this is going to line up with our upcoming stakeholder and community meetings. So this information will also be continued to be shared out. So we have 2 dates where we're trying to kind of grab as many individuals within the 5 counties that we can. The first one is June 18th at the Buffalo Creek Retreat in Medina. This will be from Medina, Lorain, and kind of the western half of Cuyahoga County. We're going to be having a stakeholder meeting in the afternoon, followed with a community open house in the evening. And then on June 25th, we're going to be at the Cuyahoga County Public Library in Mayfield branch. And this will be for Lake, Geauga, and the eastern half of Cuyahoga County. Same rhythm here, a stakeholder meeting in the afternoon, followed by a community open house meeting in the evening. So those primarily are our next steps. We're starting to work through establishing the criteria summary, pulling in all the existing conditions while we start to launch the community survey, the public survey, and then host our 2 stakeholder and community meetings happening in June. When we come and visit you the next time, we will have a lot more information to share, including what we heard at these community meetings and with our stakeholders, results of the survey, and starting the establishment of what that criteria is and the overall summary of the existing conditions. Questions?
So I'm gonna put you on the spot. I know on behalf of Lorraine County Metro Park, we've had some early discussions about utilizing previous TLCIs that I know certainly in Lorraine County, there's been multiple over the last several years. And quite candidly, Ali and I attended a meeting in North Bridgeville, it's an ongoing TLCI, and there have been he asked, Ryan Smalley from Envision, had any of this been shared, had been contacted you? And he said, no, and he was a little taken aback, and he really wasn't aware of this regional plan. So for Ridgeville, so I know I'm kind of getting too specific for you, but Ridgeville is a border community and it connects to Cleveland Metro Parks. Bradley, and they were citing all kinds of things about previous studies that talked about from the Cuyahoga Greenway plan and things about connecting to Bradley Woods, things going up Avon via Cuyahoga County. I guess I'd encourage you, if you haven't already, to pull up some of those previous TLCIs, because there's already been a substantial investment in time and money, consultants to do those. And I think we'd all be foolish if we didn't pay heed to those, because it's almost like you're starting from scratch, and I don't think you have to. I think there's been plenty of community meetings and engagement, and I'd encourage you to, we can talk more about that, but I think you've got to really dig deeper with Ollie and Ed and the staff here to pull up some of those previous TLCI.
No, and Jim, that's 100% the plan to do so. So that's part of that existing conditions analysis, is pulling up what are the existing plans that have already been completed, which are in place right now. And then as part of that will be the reach back to any of those that are currently in progress right now. So that's probably where the gap is in talking with Ryan and the folks over in North Ridgeville, is just kind of getting all that information and pulling it together so we can see who we need to speak with on that regard. Because agreed, the last thing we want to do is re-examine and re-engage conversations that have already happened and decisions that have already been decided or moved forward on. So we want to pull all that information in and see where the gaps are. That's our goal, is we want to see where the gaps are to really see out and fill out the overall regional network as best we can, but recognizing too that there's things that are moving right now in parallel with what we're moving, and doing our best to make sure that we're pulling those in as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Park districts have done work over the years, including a handful of years ago, probably 4 or 5 years, that we really did a big update of a regional connectivity study for 8 park districts, so bigger than the scope for this. And that information has been shared with OHM, because we as park districts kind of looked at all the plans, TLCIs, our own strategic plans, and mapped it out. So I think using that as a basis, and we've talked to the OHM team about it, starting in the literature review, but using that as a very, very strong jumping off point.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks, Sarah.
There. Perfect. Okay. I was just gonna ask about engagement. I saw you had 2 locations listed kind of on the east side and the west side, but I was curious, like, are those transit accessible? Like, we know, like, research shows us the people that come to community meetings tend to have more time, more resources. So how are you reaching folks that aren't able to get to those meetings?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. So both of those, including the Medina one, are accessible by the local transit agencies down there. Part of it too is also making sure that we had capacity, but addressing needs in terms of others who can't get there by car. So both of those are near transit access for that. And some of the other things, Sarah, that we want to do in terms of getting the word out there is working with our technical team to help get some of the information and use some of the existing meetings that are going to be ongoing during this next month and a half when the survey is on, that can be shared. So that way, as other initiatives and projects are ongoing, this can be layered in with that to make sure that we're reaching out to the maximum number that we possibly can, and not, overstepping or bumping into anyone else's projects that are ongoing.
Hi, Kiera Williams from Lorraine County Public Health. I'm just curious to know, when you guys do additional stakeholders, if the health department in Lorraine County could be incorporated. My role there is to do injury prevention, actual transportation, and it was really good to see that tool design with one of your consultants. They've done a lot of our AT plans, and we're currently in the process of doing our county safety action plan. We received SS4A funds. So I know in Lorraine County, and I used to work at Metro Parks. Thanks, Jim. Shout out to you. I know there's like some on-trail, like on-road facilities as well, and we work with those. So maybe in the future, if you can rope us in. I did write down that date for the retreat, so I'll try my best to be there. But that was just my only comment.
Yeah, no, we have a pretty extensive list that we worked on with our project partners, including your group and several others across the different counties, kind of looking beyond, I guess, what you would consider are your standard stakeholders for a project like this. So we've really started to build out that list. And this really is our kind of first touch point with you all as stakeholders, but there's going to be more followed up with this. With information and packets and things that we can ask of you to help us spread the word, and then request of information from you all that we may not already know or already be investigating at this point. Yeah.
For what it's worth, Jerry, you were the ground. You have your information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was there an email reach?
Not yet. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, they haven't sent emails out. Your name.
Yep.
I'm on there? All right.
Yeah. In your personal address on.
Okay, Jim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Arthur, with your outreach, and I know your public meetings are happening in June. Are you reaching out to any school districts, sending materials home?
Yes.
With the website?
Yeah, we've been working with a couple of the partners to talk about how we can do that outreach as well through the school districts. That's a really good point. We've also been working on, again, going back to Kira's comment of just how do we get the word out to some other organizations that don't typically, get approached for information like this. So we've been working collaboratively on building that list and making sure that we can really expand our outreach for this. Yeah, thanks, Jim.
Okay, one more comment. Also, if you need assistance with school districts in Lorraine County, I am the Safe Routes to School coordinator out there, and so we have some of that. So there is already collaborative groups that come together with those focus partners. So just putting it out there too.
No, perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Nothing
Thank you all.
else. Thank you. All right, our next item on the agenda is 2026-2029 TIP potential projects for NOACA controlled funds. Ed.
Thank you. I'll try to go through this quickly. Again, this is covering sort of an update of the development of our transportation improvement program for fiscal years 2026 through 2029. This particularly pertains to the potential projects for NOACA funding in those years. No action is being requested. This was being brought to this advisory council for information and input as we evaluate potential projects for the NOACA funding in our next tip. With respect to previous action, we presented the criteria and the methodology to evaluate qualifying projects to the Planning and Programming Committee in January, to the advisory councils back in February, and to the Transportation Subcommittee in March for input and discussion. So we are beginning to develop our tip for fiscal years 26 through 29, which will be presented to our board in March of calendar year 2025. And then it will go into effect on July 1 of calendar year 2025 through June 30th of 2029. As we evaluate potential projects in accordance with our approved methodology, we are looking to elevate and advance the projects that best represent the priorities contained in the plan and those that are consistent with the board priorities. Also, we want to align with federal or state transportation management initiatives. So we have the long-range plan, which contains many, many projects that will inform this process. Evaluating the projects that we for NOACA funding to develop a full program of projects to be funded by NOACA with the traditional surface transportation block grant money, the transportation alternatives funding, which are directly allocated to NOACA, and then sub-allocations from ODOT for the carbon reduction program. And then the CMAQ funded projects are already determined through 2029. We're following the same process for evaluating projects this round that we use for the current 24 to 27 tip. The methodology and criteria were recommended by the committees with input from advisory councils and approved by the board. This process incorporates our ENEO plan priorities, policies, and initiatives that also have been adapted by the board. The methodology involves 5 steps. The first step that we undertook at the staff level was to assemble the project universe, the raw list of needs, that is. This step has been completed. The second step involves screening those needs against the ENEO priorities and the established policies with respect to pavement, bridge condition, congestion, safety, those things. This has also been completed. The memo on the memo on page 16 in the packet contains a link to that tip universe. So the step 3 is what we're in process of doing now, and that's in coordinating with the communities and 5 county engineers in the city of Cleveland. After all that is done and we refine it down to a more, an even smaller list of deficiencies and needs, the next step will be to filter off the top 25% of the transportation asset management projects. And then we will evaluate all the qualifying projects against our regional significance criteria and considerations for project prioritization. Again, the project needs were derived from the ENEO minor and major constrained illustrative list, plans, programs, policies, and projects to implement the strategies outlined in the plan. Transportation asset management, projects recommended out of the active transportation plan are safety and congestion, priority locations and initiatives. Also, projects submitted from communities and regional transit agencies as we develop the plan altogether. The next step was screening those needs against the plan priorities for each project type, pavements, transportation asset management program. Bridge priorities, they're screened based on bridge condition data. We looked at our congestion and safety lists, projects that are important to regional economy, regional travel, and destinations. We also applied screens with respect to transit asset management. And we screened proposed transportation alternatives or non-roadway type of projects for alignment with or to look to see what was identified or represented regarding safe routes to school, travel plans, TLCI planning studies, also historic transportation facilities. So then, the result of all this was about $3.3 billion worth of identified transportation deficiencies or needs. And that involved about 890 roadway segment needs developed through NOACA's Transportation Asset Management Program, primarily minor repairs and major rehabilitation. That was about 3.1 billion. Then we had 37 bridge needs, which support various roadway functional class types. That was about 28.1 million. And then we had also in that listing is about 37 system enhancement needs, including, among other things, bicycle and pedestrian facilities, sidewalks, streetscapes, and that was a total about 160 million. Now we're in the process of sending out letters to communities to review the needs that we've identified and to see how they align with those of the communities. And we're seeking input with respect to scope, schedule, budget, and meeting in person with the 5 county engineers, Cleveland, and also with GCRTA and Lake Trent. So then following the coordination with the sponsors, we'll proceed to get a universe of projects down to a more manageable number of qualifying projects. And to do this, we'll follow the same methodology we used last time. We'll remove any additional projects that have had previous work done or previous work planned for them. And then we'll filter the top 25% of the TAM preservation projects, apply each county's respective percentage of the regional vehicle miles traveled. That'll get us a representative number. So we're thinking probably about 225 roadway segments thereabouts. And then we'll add in all other qualifying project types, such as congestion, safety, transit, and so forth. We'll then evaluate these facilities against regional significance criteria, primarily evaluating whether a roadway provides access to a facility with multi-county or regional impact, a county impact or community impact, and how a road addresses a deficiency or maybe improves access to job centers, educational centers, intermodal facilities and so forth, cultural, sports, and entertainment venues, from a regional, county, and a community-based perspective. Then we'll look at how the roadways and facilities align with adopted NOACA plans. It might have safety or congestion needs. It might carry a transit arterial. It might align with recommendations that come out of a completed Safe Routes to School travel plan or TLCI studies, or align with an ENEO recommended planned or proposed bicycle facility, and having, potential for conventional bike lanes or all-purpose trail or buffered or separated bike lanes or active bicycle infrastructure. So, excuse me. So another consideration relates to equity. The environmental justice areas, the disadvantaged communities, urban core areas, and then also the opportunity to incorporate complete green streets into these various roadway needs. And finally, potential for technology adoption, that is the strengthening mobility and revolutionizing transportation corridors, and also aligning that with identified EV charging station locations where that is relevant. So, excuse me. So you can review the universe of projects at this link here. And also, if you could provide feedback regarding the scope or schedule or cost, or perhaps other projects that may have been overlooked, please do so. Hopefully, you can send the comments to projects@mpo.noaca.org. And if we could have that done by June 21st, we'd appreciate that. The sooner the better. So finally, this is our schedule. Ultimately, we're going to present project recommendations to the Planning and Programming Committee for recommendation in July, and then for the Board of Directors approval in September. And then after that, assuming we get approval, the staff would evaluate or work with the project sponsors to finalize the scope, schedule, and budgets. So the next steps would be NOACA will be evaluating projects in accordance with the methodology, considering council input. Thank you.
Are there any comments? All right, we will move on. Are there any reports or updates? Okay, is there any old business? Okay, any new business? All right, can I have a motion to adjourn? Can I have a second? All in favor? All right, meeting is adjourned.
We'll see how it goes.
Well, our commissioner, we must have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Right, everyone, welcome. Start the Safety and Operations Council meeting. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. Order actions for the meeting taken by voice vote. Any member feels needs to abstain from the vote due to conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation. For the record, subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion on the matter for which this. According to Robert's rules, absence from the meeting does not require them to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. Microphones can be turned on and off using the red button on the top. They are on when the light is green. So let's do approval of meeting minutes, February 17th, 2023 meeting. Any corrections or additions? Hearing none, can I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second? Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion is approved. Is there an executive director report? I got the added benefit, since we have quorum, that we're going to approve all the following past minutes. So let's go through these. May 19th, 2023 meeting. Any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve?
Motion approved.
Yeah. So, and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion approves. Moving on, we only got 3 more. August 18th meeting, any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
And a second. Second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is approved. November 17th, 2023 meeting, any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
And a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is approved. Last one. February 16th, 2024 meeting. Any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve?
Motion approved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none, motion is approved. Has anyone signed in to speak today? Okay. Lou. Lou, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Lou. Right now, I have comments about the agenda item, which you already see on the screen. I have attended the previous 2 meetings earlier today, and I realized this is not a well-thought project, because I believe the community meeting in the past, probably they were not well attended. And also the people actually attended, probably most of them were car driving people, instead of more of the pedestrians and public transit riders. And that because the design, the change of the things they want to make, from my experience, constant experience using the public transit health line and also walking in the areas, I found out those changes are not actually as sound as current design to give pedestrians and cyclists and transit riders the protections the current design actually provides better. So I wish people should rethink about this project. If GCRTA offers higher frequency on the health line and also a better coverage of all the transit system, all the buses are running through, then maybe that will be the time you reconsider making certain changes there. Because right now, the areas I use most often, that will be the University Circle, that side. So that means it's Euclid Avenue in lots of those intersections. You have students, you have the people working in the hospitals, and also the local business. They walk around a lot, which is healthier to your own health and also decrease the carbon, imprints in the city, put it this way. So if you want to make sure all the people utilizing this area can all be taken care of, I believe the current design actually does a better job, because I have been doing that before COVID-19, during COVID-19, and even now, to utilize the spaces in the area. It doesn't matter for community meetings or other purposes. So I would tell you that the community meeting in June, I wish NOECA will make a better promotion to let all different people, we need the diversity for all different people to come into the meeting instead of hard driving people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Chair's report, Executive Director's report. Is there an Executive Director's report? Hearing none. Action items. There are no action items for this meeting. As far as presentations, we've got 3 presentation discussion items. We'll call up Mr. Rosenberger for the first.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what these recommendations are. Just to give everybody an update or remind everyone what we're talking about here, this is a 2.7 mile corridor. It runs from 105th to Stokes Windermere Rapid Station. We have 4 red line stations, and we have 14 health line stations in the area. Before I go any further, I want to mention we've got Nancy Lyons-Sadler here, who's our office lead in Cleveland with WSB, and also a traffic engineer. And we have Peter Lawson-Jones, who was involved in our public outreach last year, and is going to be helping us get that going this year as well, as we do that next month. So this is a pretty intensely transit oriented corridor. There's also a lot of pedestrian activity, particularly in University Circle. So what we intended to do with this is use streetscape and other transportation improvements to encourage the development that's happening in University Circle and around University Circle to continue out Euclid into East Cleveland. Some of that is happening, some of that has happened, and some is happening now with the redevelopment at the Mickey site around Lakeview. We also wanted to reduce pedestrian crashes, ped and bike crashes, particularly in University Circle, where that is a serious problem, and then extend bicycle lanes and facilities into University Circle and into East Cleveland along Euclid. What we heard from stakeholders last year included support for extending the health line dedicated lanes, and also making bicycle and pedestrian improvements through the corridor. University Circle and some of the stakeholders there, like CASE, very concerned about pedestrian and bicycle accidents that are occurring there. They are a significant issue for UCI. RTA would prefer to have bump outs at the intersections and bumped out sidewalks in some areas. Their concern is if we are doing Healthline extension, bus lane, that they want it to be a continuous lane, so the bus isn't veering from lane to lane. For us, it goes along in the area, but it follows the same lane from Windermere all the way to Stokes, where then it transitions to the center lanes. And there is a lot of support for streetscape improvements, additional green space, and the opportunity for sidewalk widening in some blocks in East Cleveland to support the redevelopment efforts that are going on there. And East Cleveland also has a big concern about pedestrian safety and speeding. There is a number of signals were removed a few years ago. Unwarranted signals were removed on Euclid Avenue. 7 hawk signals, pedestrian actuated signals, were placed there last year. But they have a continuing issue with speeding and wanted changes that would help protect pedestrians better. We had a discussion about this earlier back in November, and came to the point where we wanted to have a better understanding of what the bus lanes would do to traffic volumes on Euclid Avenue. Obviously, converting a lane to a bus lane is basically reducing by half the capacity on the roadway. And there are some places in University Circle particularly where the traffic is pretty severe right now. So we were not scoped as consultants to do that kind of traffic analysis. So NOACA stepped in and was able to do some work with their travel forecasting model, where they forecasted the peak volume and capacity ratios by direction and segment for the 2045 no build condition, which is essentially the same roadway network that we're operating now. And then the build condition, which would include dedicated bus lanes in the right lane along Euclid Avenue from Windermere to Stokes. And that would include allowing right turning traffic to use the bus lane. So right turns into driveways or onto side streets would be permitted to use the right lanes. And what we found is that separating that right turning traffic actually did add some roadway capacity, which helped relieve some of the traffic issues that you would expect with reducing capacity by that high a level. We also left all the existing right turn on red permissions in place. There was some discussion on the project of removing right turn on red in order to help protect pedestrians. Removing right turn on red at some locations, that was we decided not to pursue that so that we didn't further aggravate the traffic situation, and we tested it that way. Yep. Yeah.
At the clinic at 105 in Carnegie, we made it right hand turn because of all the accidents that were occurring. We had constant calls. So if we're redeveloping the area, hopefully develop East Cleveland, and you're going to put more people in that area because it's not going to stop developing. Because the clinic is there, University Hospital is there, case is there, they're never going to stop building. Why wouldn't we consider doing that to eliminate that pedestrian? It's really about safety. Then why wouldn't you just eliminate the right turn on red? Because it doesn't make sense that we're going to eliminate it in certain parts because of the interaction with pedestrians and vehicles. You know, at 105 in Carnegie, and it's really not a huge consideration to do this. Because if it is about safety, then we probably, just from my experience of dealing with what's going on out there, you know, the right-hand turn shouldn't happen.
The reason we didn't really was, you know, we did consider it at one point. We had it in our list of recommendations to remove it at certain locations. The reason we didn't pursue that was because we were concerned about losing the capacity, and because we had.
At the end of the day, people are moving there. They're
Right.
building housing there. They're building restaurants there.
Yes.
More than anything in my lifetime that I've seen.
Oh, sure.
So more people live there, more people work there. It's going to continue to grow. And now we're eliminating roadway but we're gonna allow the right-hand turns. It doesn't make any sense. So
Okay.
either you keep the road capacity or you don't let them turn. It's a no-brainer to me, based on what I see up there and the calls I get from the clinic.
Mhm.
And then the other question is, Case is concerned about the bike crashes up there, but my good friend Jacob would call me or send me an email if it was that prevalent. So is there any data to back that up?
Yeah, I didn't put it in this slideshow, but yeah, they had, during, 2021 and 2022, there were 43 ped and bike, crashes there. I don't recall the
They had
exact.
43. What percentage was the vehicle's fault? What percentage was the bicycle fault? Because that's really, you gotta get into the weeds
Yeah,
of that.
right.
rather than just
Mhm.
throwing numbers up.
Right, yeah. No, we have that analysis in our report. I didn't put it in this
And the
slideshow.
reason I
It's in
say
the
that
previous
is
one.
RTA said the
Mhm.
public square was the reason for 180 accidents with their buses. I asked for the OH ones, they gave them to me. Of those, there were 20 legitimate were around public square. It was people, they were hitting poles somewhere, something hit their bus, they didn't recognize it until it was downtown.
Mhm.
So of those 180 accidents over the period that the square was shut down for redevelopment, 20 were legitimately at the square. They would hit the docking station and they would blame it on the configuration of the road, and it just wasn't the case. So
Yeah.
if you have that, I'd really like to look at it, to be honest. with you.
Yeah, we can send you the data, yeah. We can send you the safety data. It's,
I mean, is it 50-50 in your estimation?
I don't know, I don't think we looked at it at that level. We looked at whether they were ped or bike and the time of day, but I don't think we looked at the
We're looking at
cost.
something, looking
Yeah.
at change, the way roads function. To say we didn't look at it in an in-depth manner, to me, that's.
Yeah, no, we looked at it in a fairly in-depth manner. We didn't look at it. I don't recall, what we, whether we looked at whether, what the cause of the accident was or any of that, but we did look at, hotspots and turning movements at all those intersections that where you have that, which were primarily the intersections in University Circle, MLK, East Boulevard, Adelbert, Mayfield, Cornell. Getting back to the right turn lane or the right turn prohibitions. Several years ago, there were right turns on red were banned at Mayfield, turning right from Euclid to Mayfield toward Little Italy, and traffic began backing up through Cornell.
That's-
So
I
we
guess really
started
that's my
to,
point.
yeah.
What is the overarching goal there to do this? Is it safety?
Well, I think there's,
If
I think our goal was really to try to balance it. I mean, we're taking direction from all of these stakeholders, City of Cleveland, City of Cleveland Traffic, RTA, City of East Cleveland, various other groups.
I don't
And
mean to argue.
Mhm.
I'm sorry. Every stakeholder is important, but you're redesigning a road
Right.
and you're using the.
Well, we're not really redesigning the road. We're coming up with a plan. I mean, that is something that, there was, an escalation, I would say, in the level of detail of what we were doing on this project to where we were not really brought on to, design, Euclid Avenue. We were brought in to look at the feasibility of adding a bus lane and to look at, potential improvements that would, relieve, the accident situation, pedestrian accident situation, improve pedestrian
That's
safety.
really my point.
Right, but,
The whole design, whatever you're doing,
right,
is the overarching thing, it's safety. So
Wow.
you're adding an element into there when you allow these right-hand turns, this is what we're gonna do going forward. And if we're gonna do that, it backs up traffic, we gotta give up something to get something. So
Right.
what are we weighing, is really what I'm asking. Like, are we weighing the safety, is that the most important thing, or is it traffic? 'Cause if it's traffic, then why are we doing this?
well, we're trying to achieve a balance and a consensus, I would say. But I think what I'd suggest is, we receive feedback from city planning. We receive feedback from Rob and Andy.
Let me jump
and-
in.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna take some bullets here. He's in the tough spot. I gave him, heck this morning at the BPAC meeting. We had a spirited discussion for about 4.5 hours where no, it's tough to listen to me for that long. But we went through a lot of things I'm not even gonna go over in this meeting because it's all in the meeting minutes from the previous discussion, but the no turn on red question specifically, a no turn on red treatment isn't a blanket safety treatment. It's sometimes it could help, sometimes it can make things worse. It's a trade-off really. It's not a solution in a lot of cases, because what you're doing is you're trading rights on green for rights on red. So if you're holding everybody up on the red and they can't turn on red, now they have to turn on green, and those rights on green are at a much higher speed than a right on red would be. I'm talking about the parallel movement. You're trading the movement you would have crossed for the parallel movement on the next signal phase. So
But what I'm saying is,
it's not always a net improvement.
I get it, but I get calls all the time about certain intersections. Got to put people there, we've got to figure it out. And if it's truly about safety, then the balance of allowing traffic to back up, then that's something we have to be willing to eat. Now, I know most.
That's
of the people-
true.
Hold on, most of the people up in the Superior neighborhood where all those businesses are, they don't want the bike lane down the middle of Superior. But to use the term that where we really try to balance the needs of the residents and businesses in the city, I mean, that's a pipe dream, if I'm being honest, because none of those folks up there want that, but they're stuck with it now. So if we're gonna do something that drastic up there in that heavily of a density of population, because if I was a terrorist and I wanted to get something, I wouldn't come downtown, I'd go out there. So now we're gonna redo some things and we're putting a lot of people out there because it's never gonna stop growing. The clinic grows all the time, cases and, buildings and things like that. And then we're still gonna let people turn on right on red. It doesn't make sense. It's not an equal balance to me. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to prevent anything, but I'm the one that gets the calls as the traffic commissioner for the city of Cleveland. And it's always people turning on red. And, the clinic had a video of people getting hit in a crosswalk. People were turning red, and that's why that's why Megan didn't even, that's why you guys kind of did what you did over there.
Well, yes, and it's basically a spot specific treatment, a no turn on red. It's not something that works everywhere in all scenarios. So, and that's why we don't use it everywhere. So I guess we can have that philosophical discussion another day. But in fairness to Tim, if he had recommended it everywhere, I would have been the one raising my hand saying, no, I don't like that. We've got to look at this in a more nuanced way.
And that's what I'm hoping that we do. I mean, yeah, is it gonna be everywhere? No, but these intersections where there's a lot of traffic, we might want to rethink that. I'm just throwing that out there, because if we don't, then we're gonna be back here, maybe, and Andy and I are gonna be back out there, and the clinic is gonna be yelling, or somebody's gonna be yelling that people are getting hit. I mean, it's a design flaw or whatever.
Yeah, I think,
Be quiet.
yeah, no, I think that I think that, and, we had some of this discussion in the last session as well. I think that we need to sit down with the city of Cleveland, perhaps, different divisions in the city of Cleveland need to discuss and come back to us with one set of recommendations. We've primarily the last few months been working with city planning, and these recommendations reflect input from city planning primarily. And I would say that except for that right turn restriction, these recommendations tend to be, they lean very heavily on the side of safer, which means slower traffic, shorter crosswalks, more crosswalks, and improvements that are generally favor safety at the expense of traffic. So, traffic movement, I should say. So, let me run over some of this real quick, just to show this analysis that Ali and his people put together, showing the traffic volume capacity. And we have very detailed data behind all this that came out of NOACA's model. This is just boiling it down for what was supposed to be a short presentation with only 23 slides. So The, this is the situation, 2045, no build condition. You can see there are a couple places where we're at level of service F. Basically, anything that's not that dark green color is over 0.7 V over C. So, you're starting to get into some congestion there. When you go to the build condition, this is where we're taking away the right turn, the right lane for the bus. You see that that does get worse in several locations. It gets worse around East Boulevard and Stokes and MLK. It gets worse in the area between the Railroad Bridge and Lakeview, and it gets a little bit worse at Mayfield and at Cornell. So that is, the situation. We saw this as being at this level of planning that we're doing, not insurmountable levels of congestion, that a lot of further traffic analysis is going to need to be done for this. And we didn't think there was anything here that would preclude us from recommending going forward with a dedicated bus lane. And that's really what this analysis was primarily about. This is the PM peak no build condition. So you can see there are some level of service F areas there in the west of the corridor around East 105 and Stokes, a few other spots. When we go to the build condition, there are a few places that get worse, but there are other places that actually get better. And we think that that may be because of the division of the traffic at some of the intersections between the right turning traffic and the through traffic, which is now mixed in both lanes at some of these locations. So by offering that bus lane, which also serves as a right turn lane, we're able to remove some of those right turns out of the traffic stream and move them along. So again, this traffic analysis, in our opinion, didn't seem like anything that would be impossible to overcome if we were to put in the bus lane. So we have gone forward with that as part of our recommendation. We initially had 3 alternatives that we pursued, pedestrian and bike improvements and streetscape improvements, the curbside dedicated bus lane, and then bike lanes. We eliminated the bike lanes, first of all, because it wasn't something that we were going to be able to fit alongside the bus lanes within the existing carriageways. And in many places, there was not much, it was going to be a major impact to do a widening of the carriageway or to run the bike lanes behind the sidewalks. You'd be running into buildings and other types of development. The other thing was that RTA clarified to us that the RTA bus lanes are actually open for use by bicyclists. So this is something that I don't think is signed anywhere. I don't know how well known this is, but talking to RTA in these meetings that we've been having, they indicated that that was the case, that buses, the bikes would be able to use the bus lanes. Of course, right now, the RTA, most of the routes run no more than 15 minutes. I don't think any of them runs over 15-minute headways. There's only, so with that relatively low level of bus service, there isn't that much potential for conflicts between cyclists and RTA. So we thought, given that cyclists could use the RTA bus lanes, that we would not pursue doing dedicated bike lanes. We have had meetings with all of these stakeholders over the last several months, some of them 2 or 3 times, different groups of people. So if anybody wants to provide more input, we'd love to hear it. And of course, we're going to be doing public meetings over the next month. So our recommendations are not going to be finalized until fairly far out in June. So here are the elements of the recommendations. Curbside bus lanes, those are 12 feet plus a 1-foot shy distance in Cleveland. Shy distance to the curve, 11 foot plus 1 in East Cleveland, and bicycles and right turning vehicles are permitted to use that. The traffic lanes throughout are 10 feet. That's by necessity in East Cleveland because there isn't sufficient pavement there for us to do Anything wider in the city of Cleveland, that was directed to us by the planning department representatives we're working with. Curb bump outs at most intersections, and that could be, we could widen sidewalks, or we could do curb bump outs with parking protected. In that narrowing of curb radii at many intersections, addition of the missing crosswalks that are on the western side of Adelbert, Cornell, and UH Drive. We also have expansion of pedestrian islands. We recommended eliminating the turn lane and the island at MLK in front of the lagoon, Wade Lagoon, and also expansion of the island at Superior northbound at Euclid. Narrowing of pet islands at the Hawk Signal locations, we'll show you that, but that was by necessity. Those Hawk Signal islands have only been in place for a few months now, but in order to accommodate the bus lanes and a 10-foot traffic lane, we would have to narrow those down. We're recommending a new Hawk Signal at Euclid, Lakeview, in East Cleveland, and also improvements to the bridge at Euclid. That's actually at 118th, the bridge that kind of separates University Circle from East Cleveland. So this is at MLK, and what we're proposing is pulling out this curb here and eliminating this lane. Rob pointed out at the last meeting, this is not really a slip lane exactly. This is signalized, and this could be, a concern, because right now the traffic is stopped here at the stop line for this crosswalk. If we were to do this and we didn't do a prohibited right turn on red, or even we just right turn in traffic on green, you create a potential conflict here. So this change may be making things worse, and we're going to need to take a second look at this. We may take this recommendation out of the picture. In this area, the bus lanes are actually 13 feet wide. This is in the area where the right turn lane is. They're 13 feet down here as well. And this bike lane is actually in place now. This is existing. This is at East Boulevard. We're recommending pulling out the curb in front of Severance Hall here, narrowing the crosswalk and making the crosswalk shorter, and then creating a drop-off area up here for Severance Hall, and then changing curb radius here and here to shorten up the crosswalks and things a little safer for the peds. This is at Adelbert, and what we're showing here is a scramble crosswalk in addition. So this crosswalk would be restored on the western side, and then the scramble would be put in place, as well as the existing one. We would also do a change the curb radius here and here, which would narrow the crosswalk somewhat. These, of course, all of this needs to be examined, through traffic modeling. There's probably also a cost benefit analysis with some of these curb bump outs. We're showing in some cases curb bump outs of only 1 or 2 feet, and you have to sort of weigh that. How hard would that be given the utility conditions and other things that might make that not as cost effective, maybe not worth the additional cost. But again, that's a policy decision as well, because all of them do provide some benefit. This is at Cornell. Unfortunately, I skipped UH Drive, which we're recommending also restoring this crosswalk on the western side. We're also recommending a pretty significant bump out here and essentially narrowing Adelbert in this area. But this would shorten up the crosswalk on this side and on this side. In this area, the bus lanes are 12 plus 1. So And they continue narrowing down as we go east. This is at Ford and Mayfield. This very wide turn would be eliminated and the sidewalk or the curb bumped out, curb bump out down here. Truck traffic, one of the things that I haven't mentioned in this, but we have talked to University Circle about looking at doing some work on redirecting trucks and redirecting people approaching University Circle generally to try to get them to avoid Euclid Avenue and get them to parking locations that are off Euclid Avenue without necessarily using Euclid, reducing the volumes of traffic that we would have on Euclid, and also trying to discourage trucks from approaching places. They're obviously not dropping off on Euclid. It'd be a very rare situation. They'd be dropping off on buildings that are approached from other directions. So we'd like to try to see how we could further discourage truck traffic from using that. This is at Lakeview. Now we're in East Cleveland, and this is a redevelopment site. The Mickey's building that's the next block up is being redeveloped, and they requested some things to be put in place to help with that. In this block, we have the RTA station, the Healthline station. The curb is out on this side. We would have bump outs with protected parking. And in most locations along Euclid Avenue in East Cleveland, this is what we're recommending, these bump outs. So the curb bumps out several feet by about 8 feet at this point. And then we would have protected parking for most of the block. They also, the land bank and the city of East Cleveland also requested an island. This may be a little overdoing the island here. We may want to cut this back depending on the volumes that are making this left off of Euclid Avenue onto Lakeview. But they requested an island with landscaping that would help enhance both this existing development up here and the planned development that's down on the other side. This is at Superior, and we have this island here that's in place now at Superior and Euclid, and we have a right turn lane here, and we are recommending extending this island down a little longer for several reasons, one of which is there is a bus stop for the Superior Road bus, number 3, that uses a bus stop that's a little further south from here. It's very hard for bus drivers to pick up and drop off people at this stop and then get back into the lane to continue going going north on Superior. They're sort of in the right turn lane there. So we're recommending that that stop be moved to this location. We were considering closing off this turn lane. It's and you know, doing something here where we'd be able to make the right turns off of Euclid. But this shopping center here that's just off the screen, the parking traffic moves only in one direction through here, and if we cut off this exit, we'd be cutting off access to part of their parking lot. So we left that in place. At the other corners, we're proposing bump outs to protect the parking at this corner, this corner. This is getting toward the end in East Cleveland. Basically, the 10-foot or 11-foot lanes. These are 11 plus 1 in University or in East Cleveland. So we have 11-foot bus lane with a 1-foot shy distance. Traffic lanes are 10 feet. Turn lanes are 9. So obviously, we're going to need design exception for that. The bus lane ends here at Belmore. In the eastbound direction. In the westbound direction, it ends at the driveway for Windermere. So, and then that continues to the west. So that, and then these types of bump out and parking improvements would continue to Ivanhoe, which is the eastern boundary with of East Cleveland and the city of Cleveland. So, any comments on any of that? Yeah, sure.
concepts you had?
Yeah, we actually have PDFs of the whole. So we'll send those, yeah.
Yeah, because I know we were in some meetings and talked about
Mhm.
lane widths.
Yeah, it's, yeah.
Is that something?
Yeah, in East Cleveland, it's pretty standard, you know, it's basically 12 or 11 plus 1 for the bus lane, 10 feet for the traffic, 9 feet for the center. In University Circle, it varies. So, you know, because the road widths vary there, and, you know, you're doing different things with it.
Are we able to eliminate truck traffic on Euclid?
We're not able to eliminate it legally, I don't think.
State route or US route?
It's not only, I think it's more than a state route and a US route. I think it's actually a truck network.
Right.
Yeah, right. So we're not gonna be able to ban truck traffic from it. Yeah. Well, right, yeah. I mean, this is the thing, okay, all of these recommendations need a lot more analysis than we were really prepared to do for a TLCI, you know, you know, obviously traffic analysis at the intersection level, at many of the intersections, probably not all of them, but, you know, certainly the important ones in University Circle. But then the other thing is, you know, this is all below ODOT design standards. So, you know, it's all going to need a design exception in order to make it happen. So, at the, I found out today, RTA applied for a grant to do lighting and public art improvements underneath this bridge, which is a horrible eyesore and pain, you know, and problem, I'd say, from a transportation standpoint, other than perhaps for the rail. But they were turned down for the grant. So we're kind of at square one, but we think that, and we're definitely going to recommend in the project that we look at various strategies for making improvements to this bridge, making improvements to the bridge and making improvements to conditions under the bridge, which can be kind of two different things, because the bridge, you know, you might have to like buy out CSX, you know, in order to fix that. But there have been people who have been able to do improvements, lighting improvements and things like that, that don't actually touch the bridge, but are able to improve the conditions underneath. Okay, so that's basically my presentation. You know, we're going to be having some final meetings with our stakeholders just to get final sign off on the recommendations. Public outreach, we'd like to hold in June and deliver our final report before the end of June.
I have a couple comments.
Sure. Yeah,
Thank
go.
you. I don't know who from ODOT reviewed it. I know I didn't.
Yeah, we talked to Brian.
Was it Brian?
Yeah, we talked to Brian Blaine
Okay.
and a number of other people.
So hopefully I don't contradict what he gave you as far as comments. And I understand where you're at with this project, and I hope I don't get myself in trouble. But a couple things to think about, I think, along the way. I do like the fact that the bikes can use the BRT lanes. I think that can help Cleveland throughout the whole community being able to use that. It gives a good lane, even though there's conflicts with the bike or with the buses that they'd have to use.
Yeah, I didn't know it in Clifton too, and that's
Yeah.
you know, and any others that.
I was not aware of that until today as well. I'd like that you address the trucks, especially with the curb and turning radii. I think Delbert might be one of the streets that gets a lot of truck traffic for deliveries. So you might not want to go too tight there. I was going to suggest the all pedestrian phase or the barnyard or scramble, as you've put it. So that's good that you've thought about that. I was actually thinking about it for the intersection that you mentioned, doing an all ped phase where you've got a lot of pedestrians might be a good idea. I wanted to ask, and you don't have to give me the answer now, but was the model adjusted since the opening of Opportunity Corridor?
Yes.
Okay, because I know outbound in the evening, we're backed up past Buckeye every day now. So
There's changes, so we do it maybe several times a year to update and make sure all the changes happening in the region is reflected in the model. Yes.
okay, great. Thanks, Ali. One of the, well, two other things to just think about is the way the plan and model is for East Cleveland. I guess, I don't know if it's a privilege or not. I've I'm old enough that I was a part of the original Euclid corridor before it was built and the design of it. And a lot of the guesses that we had then didn't come true. Particularly truck deliveries and, not blocking lanes. Maintenance of maintenance of signals and the like, so. I know East Cleveland has a very difficult time maintaining what they have now, just in general traffic signals. You're gonna add an element of bus signals and,
There is, the signal priority is there in East Cleveland, I believe, isn't it?
okay, well, whatever they have now, I know that they have financial
Trouble
issues and
keeping it.
constraints.
Well, right. I
Trying to
mean,
maintain
yeah.
anything.
Right, I know,
They've,
yes,
they've come to us, so just keep that in mind.
yeah. Mhm.
And even, Andy, I know you guys have financial constraints maintaining your equipment. So, I mean, just something, I don't know if you want to build in a maintenance contract with this project if it gets to that
Yeah,
level.
Right.
But I know there's definite issues there.
Mhm.
And then just think of the usage of the bus lane in East Cleveland and the way people drive now and the way I see people using the bus lane on Euclid now, it's
Yeah.
kind of gonna be an open lane unless there's a bus there.
Mhm.
And, how much of a factor do we think is gonna be just used as a second lane regardless?
Right, I think.
And,
you
and a
know,
passing
yeah,
lane, basically.
Well, I wish I had an image of what this location looks like without all the crap that I've added to it on here, because, what we're doing here is not gonna solve the speeding problem in East Cleveland, but I hope it will reduce it, because what you're doing, what you have at this location right now is a road that's something like 65 feet wide, and the only thing that keeps you from driving anywhere you want on that road. So, people drive down there at 70 miles an hour. And, it's.
I don't disagree. So,
So at least by bumping those curbs out at the intersections, putting in some protection, which you can see, nobody parks here now along Euclid Avenue. And I've
Right.
seen this in other places, we did a project like this, Market Street in Youngstown. Nobody parks on the street because your car gets destroyed,
sure, I don't disagree. I just don't,
So I think.
I can just imagine where the bus lane becomes a passing lane.
Oh, yeah. sure.
rather than-
Right-hand turn, right, passing, yes.
You're right, for the aggressive driver.
Oh, yeah.
And so,
Yeah, and we're not really doing, we're not proposing to do anything here that's gonna prevent that. In fact, these red, we're not gonna paint RTA doesn't want to do the red color. We're just showing this as red to indicate that it's a bus lane. They don't want to do the color because it gets scraped off by snowplows. So, but, yeah, it's a problem, and all we're hoping we can do is that we can reduce it. So maybe if they now drive at 70, maybe they'll drive at 50 because they feel like that's a little bit narrower. If you bump out those curves, you're at 21 feet between those islands and the curve, and that's less than 38, or something. I forget what it would be like 29 feet now. And in most places, those hawk things aren't even there. So it's like 58 feet, so it's a bad situation. Oh, sure, yes, well. Yeah, well, there was quite a bit even 30 years ago. It was a population of these areas. So, anybody else?
Mr.
One more question.
Yeah, sure.
In response to the public comment and the right turn on red issue, are there any plans for temporary demonstration projects to see how some of these recommendations work?
We had not proposed that, but it's something that probably we could propose it, that basically do pilot, like a pilot test run of some of the improvements at some of the intersections. Because most of these, like even the bump outs and things like that, you can simulate with Jersey barriers or with just plastic bollards, you know.
Right, and I'm here representing Federal Highway Administration. This is my first meeting, so
Mhm.
hello, everyone. We do have grants available for those types of material, you know, back as the Street Supplies Program,
Yes,
so I want to
yes.
encourage that.
We will, yes, we will keep that in mind. I think that that's, you got grants to take care of that bridge? That's, yeah, I imagine. Yeah, no, I think that'd be a good idea. I mean, I think that there's some of this is, you know, some sort of tactical planning things, you know, you could go out and do this at a couple of intersections, just test out, see what happens, you know, it doesn't have to be anything, too big, but I would encourage a little more traffic engineering that we were really prepared to provide, before even doing something like that. You know, one of the things that I may not have pointed out is that those Hawk signal islands that are in place like this, in order to get a 12-foot bus lane and a 10-foot, there's 21 feet from here to here right now. So we need to saw 1 foot off of each side of those. They were just built, but we can't do 22 feet on either side of them without cutting them. Which is unfortunate.
And Andy, I'll get to you. I think Mark had a comment.
Yeah.
I'll come right back to you.
Thanks. Does the project include accessible pedestrian signals?
We could mention, we haven't proposed that. Yeah, it isn't that one with it, but it's, you know, we are assuming that there's gonna be pedestrian movement or pedestrian signals, at least at the primary movement, you know, across Euclid Avenue and all of those. And in University Circle, probably all movements.
Andrew.
Right, whatever you're rebuilding. Are those required? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is required.
Yeah.
I have one 3-part question that has 9 subparts. Actually, Tony wanted to just poke me a little bit when he mentioned the Barnes dance. Yeah, we talked about this morning. We like it very little. We've tested it and it didn't work. And basically it adds a really long phase separate from a Delbert, and this project is studying the feasibility of stripping half the existing capacity out already. And the signals, there's no signal timing plan that's going to process the traffic that's left. So throwing a Barnes dance phase in there is, might as well turn it into a transit only street at that point.
That would require a design section.
Yeah, there are a lot of things here that will. The VC ratio question. Now, what I don't get is you had the green, the yellow, the red, the before and the after. Now, if you're taking half the capacity away, your VC ratio should double. So if you have a 0.7, it should be 1.4. So basically anything less over a 0.5, you're going to be over 1.0. And we don't want to be over 0.9. So what I can't understand is how there isn't a lot more yellow and red. I didn't think to ask this question. I'm not re-asking a
For the response
previous
to that
question.
question, I turn to my colleague.
Is the model seeing that Euclid is failing so abysmally that it's trying to reroute traffic and that what's left is only a little bit worse than what's there now? Because the numbers aren't adding up.
First of all, I heard this morning and I heard right now, you mentioned, others mentioned when you removed 1 lane from it's gonna be capacity half. I'm sorry, that's not correct. Because the capacity of road is not like storing the cars. You know that. Capacity is the capability of the person in the cars. If you remove 1 lane, it doesn't necessarily go to 50% down. That actually depends on how you manage the intersection downstream, right turn, left turn. Those are impacting the capacity of true traffic. We are not storing the cars there. So if I remove 1 lane, then it's gonna be 100, it's gonna be 50. So it's not gonna be like that. This is one point for the record, is not, I can show it to you if it's next intersection has got 2, 3 traffic signals, then capacity is not gonna go down. Actually, sometimes it goes up. If you have got median, I've checked and is in the, what I'm talking about, capacity calculators, which has been authorized by the ODOT, is not me or we are using the what ODOT authorized, so that's not the case. But in terms of the whether the point of this project when we started, it was to look into this and see whether I can give you a what's called a, it's like you want to go this tonight with your family to restaurant and you talk about which type of food we want to eat. Is it Chinese? Is it beef? This is here like this. This is feasible or not to start with. We are talking about the pedestrian crossing. We are talking about bump outs. Okay, I know Tim did this, but in my opinion, you don't need this. First thing is it we put the bus lane there? Is the traffic can be managed and processed? How much is going to be reduced? That's the question. Now, when we come to the second stage of this project, which is going to be after feasibility, like ODOT's process is this to go to say, okay, if it's feasible, let's look at the intersection, look at the safety, look at the access, look at the multimodal system we are trying to support in the region. That's another one. Is not just the traffic. We have got people, they want to bike, and there are some people in the area, they don't have a car, they want access to the buses. These are the issues, and it's not just, but generally, no, we looked at, I mean, this was, I remember this, you asked this maybe 3-4 times before this meeting there, and I said to Tim, less is not in his scope, but I said, let's model this and see what happens actually for my own sake before I, saying yes or no. Then I realized, no, there's no, is not as you said, is some intersection goes down a little bit, but it's not something we can say totally, we can reject it and say, no, there's no point of doing this because several, but intersection failed and all this, but obviously as Mr. Helms said, is that safety is important. All this we have to consider when we do implement this project. But at this point, we are gathering the information, these kind of concerns, and no, the answer to your question, the model didn't show any. I have done for many, many interchanges, many other projects. It comes to NOACA, we model for the consulting firms, we model for the communities, and there are some of them. A couple of days ago, my colleague asked me a question about a certain project, and I said, no, that's not justified. Here, I didn't see, 100%, I would say, no, put the recommendation, there's no big done. In terms of the macro level looking at it, it is possible to consider this bus lane in this area, but when we go to actually implement it, you have to look at each intersection. We have to simulate intersection on the peak hours and look at the safety of the bikes, safety of the pedestrian. These are all valid points I'm hearing, not now. I've attended most of the virtual meetings and all of them actually, and I've heard these kind of things. Those are valid, but let's go step by step before jump into the end of and see, we are not tomorrow, Monday, we are not hiring somebody to go and actually do this. It's gonna be sometimes, we have to ask many, many people, we get to get the information from them, different cities and look into it.
Okay, when I said half, I was probably oversimplifying. I was assuming no right turns and the exact same amount of green time per hour that there's now. We could actually have less than half of the existing capacity. Let's say we put the barn stands in. Maybe we would have 35% of the capacity we have right now. So we could lose more than half. There are a lot of variables. It depends on how many people are turning right because they have to be in the bus lane to do it. So the half was a gross oversimplification, perhaps. It's more nuanced than that. It could be less than 50% reduction. It could be 65% reduction. It all depends on each intersection. But
My point to answer to your question was you basically,
you didn't assume a diversion.
No,
That was
we are talking, we are technical, but there are minutes of this meeting. Some non-technical people read through this and they say, okay, they said the 50% come down. No, that's not, is not all the time. You are right. Sometimes we might go more than that. Sometimes, but generally we can't make a statement. If I remove one lane, that's going to be 50%. That's what I'm saying. This statement it doesn't seem to me is correct, but generally, we have to look at that. As I said, I'm making this comment in terms of for the record. Non-technical people look at that and they say, no, this is, they said there's a 50% goes down, that's not acceptable to us. That's not the case.
Sometimes, but I'll let it go. I'll let it go there. We're in a constrained timing condition there too. We don't want to go to a 150-second cycle to make up for it. Anyway, the last thing, the question about the demonstration projects, to me, I don't know what you demonstrate. That implies we don't know something. We don't know how are things going to happen. A lot of these design changes we should know. If we don't know some things, we shouldn't be testing. We shouldn't be experimenting on people and hope they just figure it out. Now, if it's something like a striped out bump out versus a constructed one, that's fine. We're just demonstrating what a bump out looks like. But I've heard requests to do demonstration bike lane design projects, and let's go out and collect data and see how many people get run over, and then say, oh no, that design wasn't good. Let's do better next time. So I was thinking globally in terms of demonstration. I don't see a lot of value in most of the things we've been asked to demonstrate because we should know, we should be designing these right before we implement anything. We shouldn't be just throwing it out there and hoping for the best. But something like the example you raised, the bump outs, that could be something you demonstrate. There is a low cost way to do that. And actually may make more sense to leave something like the bollards and the painted long term, because building the raised radius is so expensive when you have to relocate drainage structures and things like that. So when you ask about demonstrations, it just depends what specifically do you want to test? And I would usually lean away from that than leaning towards it. Thank you.
Nancy?
But oftentimes, the demonstration project not to prove the design concept.
And we're perfectly fine if you want to jump straight to permanent ones for our proven safety countermeasures.
Well, makes a good point. I'm talking too much. If you have to shut me down, just do it. If it's something we know technically ahead of time will work, and we feel like we need to convince somebody, okay, I guess I'm all right with that. I'm talking about things that are technically unsound where we just want to go out there because someone asked to do it and let's see if it's safe. No, we're not doing that. That's not engineering. But what Nancy's talking about, that's a different case. If it's something we're already convinced it'll work and maybe we don't have the money to put the permanent installation in, okay, fine, do it with, a temporary or lower cost method. But I was looking more at a technical type of test, and that's the kind of testing I just won't do.
No, I think the technical analysis has to be done ahead of time. And I think another use of this, I think this might have been one of the things you were getting at too, is, one of the use of doing these things is to demonstrate when you know from a technical standpoint that it's going to work, but you have naysayers. Yeah, and you want to sort of show, okay, well, this is gonna, we'll put this in for a month and see. And what ends up happening usually is people really like it, they support it, and, it builds support for itself. We're now.
I'm
20
gonna
minutes
open this
before the
up
end of this,
to
yeah.
Jacob for one last comment. Any other comments, please send them in by email, because we've got two other presentations.
Right.
Go ahead, Jacob.
And I'll be real quick. I just wanted to reiterate my comment from the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee around RTA's requirement for 13 or in some cases in this plan, 14-foot wide lanes. And I don't know if that's a NOACA role, if that's an individual municipality role, but as was stated earlier, people are going to drive in these lanes and they're going to drive 70 miles an hour. So I think if there's any way to minimize the width of those lanes specifically so you don't have to cut into the recently installed pedestrian refuge islands, which were a priority of Governor DeWine to improve safety along Euclid Corridor in East Cleveland, should be done. And on the second point related to demonstration projects, Andy, just a quick suggestion. I know the city recently did apply for an FHWA grant to do planning and demonstration projects to the tune of $20 million in the city of Cleveland. So I think that's something the city's gonna have to have a conversation with on getting comfortable with, to really test out some of these things that we know from other cities are able to be done, but for some reason we run into obstacles in the city of Cleveland to implement.
All right, thank you, everyone. Mr. May.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me just go through this quickly. This is covering item 5C, the project planning reviews for the first quarter of fiscal year 2025. Oh, now this isn't working. Okay. Oh, it said, okay, there we go. Okay. All right. No action being requested. This is being presented to the Advisory Council for information and input. There's been no previous action regarding these items. The purpose of NOACA's project planning review is to assess whether a proposed project helps to achieve NOACA's vision and goals, and to make sure the project is consistent with NOACA planning requirements as well as other oversight agency requirements. The proposed projects are being processed in accordance with our project review process. They've been reviewed by staff. They've been being presented to the advisory councils, subcommittees and committees, posted on the website for public review and comment, and will be circulated for intergovernmental review and consultation. So this will illustrate our process where we evaluate a proposed project in the early planning stages and assess how it aligns with our plan. We use this to evaluate projects and identify any issues or concerns or conditions that would need to be addressed prior to amendment to the plan. So the action taken at this stage is acknowledging that the project has completed project review and that it's fulfilled staff, board, and public review, and it does demonstrate compliance with the NOACA planning requirements. This enables the project to be amended to our long-range plan, and then assuming conditions of approval have been addressed by the project sponsor and evidence has been provided of such, ultimately the project goes to the TIP with resources committed for its implementation. So we have 3 projects, two of which are shared use trails, and the other is a bicycle facility. The projects are contained in the materials on pages 47 through 49. I'll go through them quickly here. This first project is the first of 2 projects sponsored by Lake Metro Parks, and these are identified in the Lakefront Tomorrow Lake Erie Connect Plan. This proposed project involves constructing 900 feet of a 10-foot wide bicycle pedestrian path located along the lakefront in Painesville Township. This is phase 2 of 3. This is continuing from the phase 1 path, which extends from the Painesville Township Park about 2,300 feet west. This phase 1 project was dedicated a couple of weeks ago. The estimated cost of this phase 2 project is $1.4 million to be funded with discretionary earmark funds, NOACA carbon reduction program funds, and also Lake Metro Park funds. The next slide is a slide that depicts the phase 1 portion that I just referenced. That's this. Oops, that's this right here. Extending from the Painesville Township Park in that light green dashed line. The phase 2 portion right here is in the yellow dashed line that's circled in red. And then to the left of that's a little hard to see, but that's the phase 3 component, which I'll cover in the next 2 slides. So the project summary and this illustration are contained on page 47 of your packet. So our next project is phase 2 of the Lake Metro Park sponsored project. This component involves constructing a 10-foot wide bicycle pedestrian path along the lakefront for about 6,000 feet, continuing from the west termini of phase 2. It includes also east and west parking lots and provides trail access connections accessible from Fairport Nursery Road. The estimated cost of the project is 2.3 million to be funded with NOACA Carbon Reduction Program funds and Lake Metro Park funds. So here's the here's the phase 3 element of it. Here's, you can see that it just continues on further west from the phase 2, the dotted yellow line, and then that gray line circled in red is the phase 3. This project is summary and illustration are contained on page 48 in the materials. And then finally is the bike facility project that is sponsored by the city of Lorraine. The proposed project involves constructing a cycle track facility located along 1.4 miles of Broadway Avenue from south of 9th Street to East 28th Street in the city of Lorraine. This is an alternative to the using the green paint all along the termini of the facility. Instead, this alternative will use green paint at conflict points and areas with conflict markings at the intersections and also at commercial driveways with a width of 25 feet or greater. Again, this is instead of using the paint throughout the cycle track. The project will also include installing bike buffer curbs and delineators, as well as bicycle safe grates. And then also includes lighting fixtures under the Frank J. Nardini Gateway Train Bridge. Excuse me, its estimated cost is 1.5 million to be funded with NOACA Carbon Reduction Program funding. This contains an image of the project depicted by the red line along Broadway Avenue from south of 9th Street to East 28th Street. And this summary and illustration are contained in the materials on page 49 of the packet. So next steps, NOACA staff would forward any comments from the council to the project sponsors and coordinate with them accordingly. Thank you.
All right, any discussion? Go ahead, Mr. May, second presentation.
Okay, moving right along. This presentation covers item 5C, where we're updating our list of potential projects for NOACA funds to be used in fiscal years 26 through 29 of our Transportation Improvement Program. No action is being requested. This is being brought to the Advisory Council for information and input as we evaluate potential projects for the NOACA controlled funding in our TIP for fiscal years 26 through 29. Previous action, we presented the criteria and the methodology to evaluate qualifying projects to the Planning and Programming Committee in January, the Advisory Council back in February, and then the Transportation Subcommittee in March for input and discussion. So we're beginning to develop the overall state fiscal year 26 through 29 TIP, which will be presented to the board for action in March of calendar year 2025, and will go into effect on July 1 of calendar year 2025 through June 30th of calendar year 2029. So as we evaluate these potential projects in accordance with our approved methodology, we're looking to elevate and advance projects that best represent the priorities contained in the plan and those that are consistent with board priorities and align with state and federal transportation management initiatives. So we have the long-range plan containing many, many projects in it, and that will inform this effort. We're evaluating these projects to develop a program of projects to be funded by NOACA in fiscal years 26 through 29 with the traditional NOACA funding sources, which are the Surface Transportation Block Grant funding, the Transportation Alternatives Program funding. These are directly allocated to NOACA, and then there's a sub-allocation of Carbon Reduction Program funding, and then also the Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Program. The CMAQ-funded projects have already been determined through 2029. So we're following the same process for evaluating projects this round that we use for the current Transportation Improvement Program. That criteria and methodology has been recommended by committees with input from advisory councils and subcommittees and was approved by the board. This process incorporates our ENEO 2050 plan priorities and policies and initiatives adopted by the board. So our methodology involves 5 steps. I'll go through them quickly. The first step that we undertook at the staff level was to assemble a potential project universe, this sort of a raw list of needs. That step has been completed. The next step was to take that listing of deficiencies and apply screening to those needs against the ENEO priorities and the established policies. So regarding pavement priorities or bridge condition or congestion, safety, et cetera. This has also been completed. The memo on page 50 in your materials contains a link to that tip universe. The other step 3 is that what we are currently getting involved in now is involving the coordination with communities and the 5 county engineers in the city of Cleveland. And then step 4 will be to filter the top 25% of the transportation asset management projects. And then to that we will be evaluating qualifying projects against our regional significance criteria and other considerations for project prioritization. So the projects that we have were derived from the ENEO minor and major constrained and illustrative lists, the plans and the programs and policies and projects that to implement the strategies outlined in the plan, transportation asset management program, and then projects recommended out of the active transportation plan, also our safety and congestion priority locations and initiatives, and also projects that have been or were submitted rather to from local communities and regional transit agencies in the development of the overall plan. So this is with a target year of construction or the equivalent through fiscal year 2029 or plan year 2029 rather. So then we screened, the screens were applied to the raw list of deficiencies, needs and projects against the plan priorities for each project type. So with pavements, we wanted to see what aligned with the transportation asset management program. Bridge priorities were screened based on bridge condition data. We looked at what was identified or represented or what aligned with the congestion and safety lists and whether they were identified congested corridors and locations or strategies in the congestion management plan or signal timing optimization program, and those that align with NOACA safety plans. Also regionally significant projects, as well as transit-related projects, rolling stock and vehicle purchases and facility improvements. And then also the proposed transportation alternatives for alignment with safe routes to school travel plans, TLCI planning studies, and historic transportation facilities. So the result of all that was, oh, excuse me. I think I skipped a slide here. I'm sorry. The result of all that was was about $3.3 billion worth of needs. This consisted of about 890 roadway segment needs developed through NOACA's Transportation Asset Management Program. This was primarily minor repairs and major rehabilitation. Then we had 37 bridge needs identified supporting various roadway functional class types. At about 28 million, and then 37 system enhancement needs, including, among other things, intersection reconfigurations, roadway reconfigurations, medians, sidewalks, and bicycle and pedestrian facilities, et cetera. So now we're in the process of sending out letters to communities to review these needs that we've identified and see how they align with those of the communities. We request information for the projects requesting the lack of funding with respect to scope, schedule, and budget. And we'll be meeting with the 5 county engineers in the city of Cleveland, GCRTA, and Lake Tran. So following the coordination with the project sponsors, we'll proceed to get a universe of projects that down to a more manageable number of qualifying projects using that same methodology employed for the 24 to 27 tip. We'll remove any additional projects or roadway segments that we've been told have been done or are planned to be done. Filter the top 25% of the, so doing that again, to filter the top 25% of the TAM preservation projects. This is the roadway preservation projects. Apply each county's respective percentage of the regional vehicle miles traveled. This gets us a base list of roadway segments to get a representative number of qualifying deficiencies for each county. And then we sort that by cost effectiveness within each county. So then to that list, we add of the roadway segments, we'll add in all the other qualifying project types like congestion and safety and regionally significant projects. And so it's transit and transportation alternatives. We'll then evaluate these projects against our regional significance criteria, evaluating whether a roadway provides access to a facility with a multi-county or regional impact, a county impact, or community impact, and how a road addresses a deficiency or improves access to job centers, educational and governmental institutions, medical centers, intermodal facilities, and cultural or sports or entertainment venues. Again, from a regional, a county, and a community-based perspective. We'll also look at projects that align with our adopted NOACA plans and initiatives. A roadway may have not only a poor pavement condition, but also have a safety or congestion need, or it might be a priority freight plan route. It might align with recommendations that came out of a completed Safe Routes to School travel plan or TLCI planning studies, or something that aligns with an existing or an ENEO recommended, planned, or proposed bicycle facility, such as recommendations such as conventional bike lanes or all-purpose trail or buffered or separated bike lanes or active bicycle infrastructure. Also, another consideration for qualifying projects is the potential opportunity to incorporate complete and green streets components or elements into the project. Additional evaluation factors and considerations relate to equity, with respect to environmental justice areas, which consist of low income and minority population areas within the region, looking at NOACA's defined urban core communities, which have a number of factors: population densities, age of housing stock, property value per capita, and then also disadvantaged communities in consideration of minority, low income, elderly, people with disabilities, and low English proficiency. And then finally, we'll look at the potential to adopt or incorporate other technology or concepts. Smart corridors, or perhaps those roadways that are along identified locations for EV charging stations and that sort of thing. So we invite you to review the universe of projects. You can do so at this link and can provide feedback on these projects, their scope, their cost, their estimated year of implementation, or if there are others that we perhaps overlooked, you may want to offer those up. And if you do so, you can email us at projects@mpo.noaca.org, hopefully by June 21st or sooner. So this just shows our development schedule for the projects recommended for NOACA funding. Ultimately, we want to present project funding recommendations to our Planning and Programming Committee in July, and then ultimately for a Board of Directors approval in September. After which the staff would then work with the project sponsors to finalize scope and schedule and budgets throughout the months of September through December. And then those would be considered along with all the other ODOT administered and transit related projects for adoption in March of calendar year 2025. So next steps, the staff will evaluate projects for NOACA funding in accordance with their methodology and considering council's input. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. May. Are there any reports or updates? Hearing none. Any?
Chair,
Oh,
could I comment on that last?
Go ahead.
Real quick. So from the federal standpoint,
Sorry about that.
safety, equity, and climate change are a few of our top priorities. So it's really encouraging to see NOACA focusing on those. A second comment related to that discussion about congestion as well as volume capacity ratio earlier. The federal performance measure that NOACA is required to track and report is travel time reliability. And that's slightly different than just the straight VC ratio. And it allows more flexibility in terms of maybe a little higher level of congestion is okay in some places if it's consistent and helps meet safety metrics or other things. So as you consider projects for the TIP, encourage you to compare them to travel time reliability.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ed, did you reach out to the county engineers already?
We're in the process of doing that.
Okay.
We're going to schedule something.
Thank you.
All right, now moving on. Any reports or updates? Hearing none. Any old business? Also hearing none, we will move on. Any new business? All right, can I have a motion to adjourn? And a second. We are adjourned.
Probably.